Okay, good morning everybody. We're now officially into our second day of the 4th Citizens Assembly on drug use. I'm going to move straight into today's sessions because we've quite an intense day ahead of us overall. Probably two pieces to today's discussions. The first one is where we will have, and I'll introduce in a moment, a number of people who will advocate for, very clearly advocating for certain perspectives and positions related to drug use. And then the second session in the morning where we have some legal experts in with us to discuss potential areas, potential options around legislation, decriminalisation, depenalisation, all of the discussions that we've had yesterday and we will have further again. So they're the two pieces overall. Again, I will remind you just to absorb what you hear today. We still have more time. We will be moving towards our October session where we start to firm up some recommendations, but you don't need to be there today. We've still an important piece to do at our next meeting around education and prevention, but I think today should help us in terms of getting a better perspective on some of those legal issues and complex issues. But again, just to remind, you don't need to firm up your position just yet. We still have more time, so just to put you at ease on that one. So I'm going to move straight into the first session today, and our first speaker today is Eddie Darcy. Eddie Darcy is a youth worker and representing youth workers against prohibition. So I'm going to go straight over to Eddie and we move straight into today's position. Thank you and welcome, Eddie.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, my name is Eddie Darcy. For the last 40 years I've been working in marginalised communities as a frontline youth worker, and I represent a group of 200 frontline youth workers, most with over 25 years experience in the Greater Dublin area. I spent 30 years from the mid-1980s in Neilstown in West Dublin, and obviously during that time we were hit with the heroin epidemic, and one of the responses to that was I set up an organisation called CASP, which today continues to provide the whole range of services to young people, adults and their families in that community who are struggling with addiction. I moved then to work to set up Sulla's project in the southwest inner city, where I spent 10 years as the CEO, just retiring last year. So in relation to our own proposal, as far as we're concerned, the drug war has been going on for the last 25 years, and we're getting absolutely really nowhere with it. So the situation at the moment is that drugs are more available in Ireland than ever before. More people use drugs, illegal drugs in Ireland than ever before. And what we're looking at is the power and the control that gangs have in many communities has now spread beyond the marginalised communities in Dublin and is now really countrywide. What we're looking at again would be, the level of profit that is made by the illegal drug gangs is so high that no sooner is one gang broken up than another gang replaces them immediately. As soon as a dealer is cleared off the street, generally our experience is within half an hour another dealer takes their place. So this war is impossible to win the way it's been fought at the moment. It has never been won in any other country in the world. So we're looking for a radical change in terms of how we're trying to fight this war on drugs. Drug gangs, they have no conscience when it comes to selling their products to children under 18. They have no conscience when it comes to toxicity of their product. They continue to recruit young people, many young people in the community I work in at the moment, the southwest inner city, young people from the age of 10, 11 and 12 are gradually being sucked into those organisations to work for them on the basis that the chance to make big money, fear, intimidation, debt, all the reasons why people get sucked into these gangs. They continue to intimidate both individuals, families and communities, and intimidate them through severe intimidation, which includes a high level of violence. There's been reports recently of a drug gang in Wexford whose favourite operandus is chopping off the fingers of people who owe them money. So your debt never disappears. If you owe money and you decide to do a runner to England, the debt passes on to your parents or your brother or your wife or some other member of the family. That debt will be collected. If you can't raise the money to pay it, you will be sucked into becoming part of the operation. You will be used to ferry drugs, to carry drugs, to sell drugs, or in extreme cases, maybe to eliminate a rival drug gang member. So for us, we have created this monster in these communities, and we really need to do something about that, Look, as frontline youth workers, we recognise the harm and damage that drugs do to individuals and their families and the communities. So we're not saying in any way that these drugs don't harm people. We recognise the harm they do. We see it every single day of our working lives. We're working with young people whose lives are affected directly by drugs. We're working with families whose lives are affected directly by drugs. So we're not saying drugs don't do any harm. We recognise they do harm. However, we also recognise that the present approach by government creates even more difficulties, because we have communities and families living in terrible fear. And I mean, we don't really have a response to that. So if somebody calls into our youth centre or calls in to see one of our staff on a Friday afternoon at 4:30 and says, you know, 2 lads called to my door, my son's run up a debt of €3,000 and they're going to be back at 6 o'clock looking for money, or they're going to put through my front door and they're going to batter the crap out of my son and they're going to keep doing it till we raise the money. We don't really have an answer to that. Maybe people who haven't experienced themselves, or maybe people who don't live in communities where the violence is often very, very obvious and very public, don't understand how difficult it is. People in that situation can't and won't and don't approach the guards because they know the repercussions are going to be much more serious. Their house could be petrol bombed, their windows will be put in, their son will be beaten up, and if they can't get him, they'll get somebody else. I spoke at a conference down in Limerick, where CASP also runs programmes, and I met a woman from a small village of Ennistimon, and she told me about her experience of having to wait at the seafront in Lahinch to hand over a large envelope full of money. She said, I never thought ever in my life I'd have any connection with any criminal activity, and here I am, never been in trouble in my life, meeting these 2 young men and handing over a brown envelope. That goes on every day of the week, all the way around this country. The other outcome of the criminal...
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, very, very quickly. The other thing I am concerned about is the number of young men we have criminalised. So we went from a prison population of 750 adults in prison in 1975 to almost 4,000 people in prison today. 90% of those young men are in prison because of the criminalisation of drugs. They may be serving a sentence of 18 months or 2 years or 3 years. However, it's a life sentence, because it's very difficult to get a mortgage, quite difficult to get a job. You can't even be involved in community activity if you have on your record the fact that you're involved in the drug trade. So that's a life sentence for those young men. So I'm going to appeal to you today to consider a really, really bold move and regulate the sale of the illegal drugs. Get it out of the hands of the illegal gangs. I'm going to ask you to be brave. In fact, I'm going to plead with you to be brave and to think about a really bold step. Let's get rid of that monster that we've created. Okay? We accept the fact that considerable numbers of people use drugs. They are always going to use drugs. But what I'm asking you to do is consider a really bold move, and let's take the trade out of the hands of the drug gangs, because we are never going to defeat them the way we're doing at the moment. If we don't take a brave move now, in 25 years, we are going to be back here talking about the same problem. Okay? So please consider what I've said today. Think about those families and communities that are being influenced by the drug gangs, and consider a really, really bold move. All right? Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. And again, to all the speakers, I appreciate time is tight, but we appreciate you being very clear and upfront. So next, Professor Anne Doherty. Professor Anne Doherty is from the College of Psychiatrists in Ireland. But equally for her day job is working in the Mater Hospital, pretty much on the front line in emergency departments and seeing some of the key issues related to drugs. So, Anne, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, and I'm very glad to be here. Thank you so much for giving me the time to talk to you on behalf of the College of Psychiatry. We are, of course, the professional and training body for psychiatrists who are specialist doctors in mental health care. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, obviously this session is about legislation, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the current types of problems that we have and the potential impact that legislation may have on what we're actually seeing in terms of real harm and real suffering at the front line. So this is a slide from the Euroden study. This is a Europe-wide study which looks at substance misuse in emergency departments. It's got 2 Irish sites, and what's actually quite interesting is that the 2 Irish sites are quite different in terms of both the numbers and the types of substance use in those populations. So one is Drogheda, which there, as you can see, has cannabis and cocaine are the leading issues there. And then the Mater Hospital, which, as you can see, is one of the bigger centres in Europe in terms of substance misuse, even though it's certainly not as big a hospital as Thomas's, which is the large one there in London. And again, there we're seeing obviously heroin, cocaine, cannabis, etc., being the main issues. So my work in the Mater Emergency Department, we see people who present with mental health crises, people who come in really, really, really bad ways, and who present with very severe problems. So we're talking about people who are presenting with self-harm or suicidal ideation, and those are in general about 2/3 of the people that I see in the emergency department are people who've tried to kill themselves or are having strong thoughts about doing that. A lot of the rest are people who have what we call psychotic symptoms, which is where they maybe are having experiences where they feel very, they're very much having experiences like maybe seeing visions, hearing voices, feeling that they're in grave danger, and they can be very, very behaviourally disturbed with that as well. It can be a really upsetting experience for somebody to be having an experience like that. And what we find in the matter is that, on the whole, the people that I see, 74% of them will have a substance use problem as part of their presentation. And of the people who present with self-harm, over 80% of those will have a comorbid or a mental or an addiction problem alongside that. And what we see specifically in that is that drugs play a really large part of that, and they're more than half of the substance use that we see, alcohol being about one in five. So it's a real problem. It's a real problem at the front line, and I suppose sometimes a lot of these debates get boiled down to numbers, but these are people who are having the worst day of their lives. If you're seeing me in the Mater Emergency Department, you are having a really bad day. And I think we cannot underestimate the very real suffering that comes with these kinds of illnesses. When we move on to self-harm and suicide more generally across the country, what we know from the National Clinical Programme for Self-Harm and Suicidal-Related Ideation is that alcohol is a factor in over half of the presentations we see. And of course, alcohol is a legal drug, and we see problems with legal drugs as well as illegal drugs. So we see problems with alcohol, we see problems with benzodiazepines, and with methadone, all of which are legal drugs. And alcohol and drugs together are a factor in 25 to 30% of attempted suicides in Ireland, and the risk is highest in males and in the traveller population, whom, as we know, have a higher risk of suicide anyway. So these are a population that are very much at high risk, and having substances in the picture increases their risk of suicide dramatically. In terms of people who get admitted to mental health hospitals, to psychiatric units, these are very much the most severe end of the spectrum in terms of illness. So these are people who are very, very, very unwell, usually people who are very suicidal and maybe who have very severe psychotic symptoms. And of those who have an addiction problem as part of that, we see cannabis as being present in about 46%, so nearly half, followed by, as you can see there, cocaine and other medications as well. This graph is from Canada, and this basically is a peer-reviewed study that was published earlier this year, and this basically shows the patterns of cannabis-related emergency department presentations that happened over a 4-year period from the 3 years prior to legalisation to post-legalisation. So as you can see, that line there with the big arrow on it is when legislation happened. And I think we can see that in the run-up to that, and this is possibly due to the fact that it became more socially acceptable to use cannabis because the legislation was imminent, we're seeing a great increase in the amount of people presenting to the emergency department with real problems. And when you read the data around this study, you can see that the problems that they're presenting with are mainly mental health related. So people are presenting with psychosis, they're presenting with suicide attempts, and they're also presenting with some physical health problems that can come from cannabis. So one of the really common things that we see is something called cannabis hyperemesis disorder, where people have really, really, really bad vomiting that just won't stop. It's a really horrible condition. So what we're advocating for is a health-based approach, where we think about prevention, early intervention and treatment as being the cornerstones of whatever happens. So regardless of whatever legislation approach is taken, we need to make sure that these approaches are very firmly embedded in what we do. So in terms of prevention, we need to make sure that there's very robust public health messaging, particularly around the harms of the drugs that we see most commonly having an impact on people's health and on their lives, which are obviously cannabis and cocaine. We need early intervention for at-risk groups. So these are people like people in pregnancy, the children of parents who use drugs, and the traveller community, all of whom are very, very vulnerable groups and who need extra support.
Just
and
1 minute.
We need to intervene quickly.
Thanks.
And then in terms of treatment, and the other thing about early intervention is we need to provide it where people are. So if people are in primary care, it needs to be accessible in primary care, and if they are in if they're in the emergency department, that's a really important place to be able to open the door to treatment and provide a window of opportunity. And finally, the treatment itself, we need to have clear pathways and joined up services. We don't have those. We need to make sure we have the full availability of all supports, including residential. Bobby will probably talk more about adolescent addiction services, but they are absolutely key. And finally, the dual diagnosis model of care is absolutely essential, that this is properly funded and properly rolled out across the country. Where people have mental health problems and addictions together, this is a real significant need and they need support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. And thanks, Anne, and a very clear articulation of what you see up front and evidence-based as well. So thank you for that. Next up is Graham Temple. Graham's just joining us now. Graham's from an organisation called Crown, depending on where you are in the country. And it's an organisation that advocates for change to legislation related to cannabis use.
Hello everybody. Before I formally begin, just like to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to be here. Crown is a non-profit organisation and we do everything in our own spare time, no funding, nothing like that. In my day job I work as a mental health nurse, and like I said, today I'm going to be speaking about regulating cannabis primarily and about how I feel we can take back control, as Eddie had said, from criminal markets and that kind of stuff. To begin, who is Crown or Crean or whatever way you want to say it? It means trees in Irish. So we're a harm reduction organisation. We do online harm reduction primarily, and we keep our ear to the ground for emerging drug trends in Ireland and spread that awareness. We also do education, so we've had volunteers on the streets of Dublin last year giving out information about medical cannabis, and this year we had volunteers giving out pamphlets about how people could submit to the assembly here today. Then we also do community aspects, so we have meetups, that type of stuff, movie nights, and then we're also trying to bridge the gap between non-problematic drug users and the government, which we feel are quite underrepresented at national level. So today I'm going to have a look at cannabis. I'm aware already, so an overview of cannabis here. As you've heard already, we're seeing increased use. I know we heard yesterday some of these policies were set up to reduce harms and reduce use, but that doesn't seem to be happening. Instead, we measure success with seizures. Just some numbers that I'm going to say. We have about 24% lifetime use for cannabis in Ireland with adults. 50% of college students use cannabis as well, or use drugs, pardon me. And it's about 17% yearly use here in Ireland as well. So one of the big issues here is if more people are using the drug, in the market at the moment, these synthetic cannabinoids exist. So these are chemicals that are made to attempt to mimic the effects of cannabis. They have big, long, mad names. They're all in the report there if you want to have a look at them. It's scientific names. Ireland has been listed as a country of concern by the EMCDDA. And there has been deaths in the EU due to these chemicals. As you can see them here, sometimes they come in edible form or vape form. This can appeal to young people, mainly due to the stealth aspect. These don't smell or anything like that. The dogs can't detect them when they're brought in due to the nature they're making new chemicals all the time. And also, if you look at public health advice in legal jurisdictions, they'll tell you to vape or to consume edibles instead of smoking cannabis. But if you try to follow that advice in Ireland, you're probably going to run into these synthetic cannabinoids. As you can see the headlines there was a lot of hospitalizations. Now moving on from synthetic cannabinoids to look at actual cannabis, we'll look at medical cannabis. So in Ireland we have 47 people on the medical cannabis access programme. Just compare that there to Germany or to the UK, they have a much larger amount of people getting medical cannabis. That's through private prescription in both of them. In Germany, it's about €51 million worth of medical cannabis was given out in the first quarter of this year to patients. And this map shows if you have a prescription in the UK, where you can bring it. So as you can see there, if you had a prescription in the north of Ireland, you couldn't bring it down to the Republic, you'd be a criminal with your prescription. And Irish medical cannabis refugees exist, so we know people that have had to move to Spain or move to Poland to get access to cannabis here, including someone with MS, and they don't meet the criteria of, he's been told he doesn't have enough spasticity to gain the cannabis here, so he's actually moved to Spain. Then from an enforcement point of view, as you heard yesterday, the stop and search is used. These are just some figures here to highlight. The London Met Police last year, with a population of 9 million, actually conducted less searches than the Gardaí conduct under the Drugs Act. This is from 2014. They were the last time the Garda released statistics on this. In that report, they also highlighted that these powers of stop and search are used under the Drugs Act pretty much for all stops and searches. It's the only way they can do it. So there is a big fear of them losing that power around policing. Now, if you are caught, you heard about the adult caution scheme yesterday. Now, if you already have a conviction, you're not going to get that. So if you've been criminalised because of the old laws, it doesn't apply. It's also up to the discretion of the guard whether you get that scheme or not. So not everybody that was found in possession of cannabis was offered that scheme. And it's also a 3 strikes and you're out system. So if you're a problematic user or you're in an overly policed area, you're going to be met again and again by the guards. So they're probably going to use their 3 strikes up before someone else would. So we'll just talk about maybe a little bit what is regulation, what we're going to do, what we advise. So it gives us more control than decrim. If we just decrim and we leave the market out there, the market remains in the shadow. How can we study it and see the effects of the drugs and that type of stuff? So it will be mainly to shrink the black market. I know some people say we can't remove it completely, but we have some successes on that. To offer safe supply and then to set up a regulatory body to do research on cannabis. So we already have some activities that we regulate in Ireland. So alcohol, tobacco, food, different sports, and then driving, for example. People can't drive any old banger, you have to wear a seatbelt, this type of stuff. Instead of just saying cars can be used recklessly, let's ban them. We regulate around that. There is a nuance to regulation. So like I was saying about the black market, around half of Canadians now purchase their cannabis in a regulated store. After 5 years of regulation, it took about 10 years post-prohibition in America of alcohol for that to happen, that it would switch to a more legal market. Again, Ireland highlighted as an area of concern for these synthetics. We do not see the same prevalence of synthetics in a market where people can get legal access to cannabis. If you think about demand, if someone wants to purchase cannabis, they can go and purchase regulated cannabis versus buying it on the street and not knowing what they're getting. Then underage usage then is controlled in legal jurisdictions. There are some studies that showed youth rates has remained around the same, maybe a slight increase. That could be to people being more open to reporting.
Just 1 minute, Graham.
But in my opinion, if a young person was to take an edible or vape something, at least if you took them to the hospital, if they were having a bad time, you could say to the doctor, this is exactly what they took. For example, if they drank a naggin of vodka or something like that, you know they've consumed this much alcohol and this is the effects of it. Sorry, just this graph, this shows as well that we need to not over-regulate the market, and we actually are going to be in competition with the black market, so we need to think about that when we regulate and try and have sensible public health regulation. So our harm reduction based regulations will be to allow home cultivation of cannabis immediately. There's no regulatory implementation straight away. That will remove people from the black market. Then also allow cannabis social clubs, so non-commercial smaller spaces where people can purchase and consume cannabis. Then further down the line, you'd look at state-led regulation, so that would involve like licensing, quality standards and traceability from seed to sale. And then a harm reduction campaign about not to say not just use cannabis, but also safer ways of using it. And we'd just like to thank everybody. Our full submission, and where I argue these points much more strongly, is available, and also the Joint Committee on Justice report. Thanks very much.
Okay. Thanks, Graham, and we're pleased to have you represent the view of Crown here today. So next up is Professor Bobby Smith, who's a child and adolescent psychiatrist working with young people who are suffering issues related to substance abuse, and he today is speaking as well as a role on behalf of the Cannabis Risk Alliance.
Thank you. So yes, I'm, I suppose, one of about 25 doctors, senior doctors, who've expressed a lot of concern about cannabis and the harms it's causing across society over the past 4 or 5 years. These are doctors from backgrounds in emergency medicine, psychiatry, general practice, and addiction. So in terms of drug policy, this is, I think, a simple way of trying to segment the Irish population and everyone's relationship with drugs. We know that drugs are illegal, but in spite of that, obviously some members of our community and society choose to use drugs. And this is how things break down across the entire population, and that includes children. So the 5 million people in Ireland, 82% of us say we've never taken a drug. So that means about 1 in 5 who have used a drug at some point in their life. The majority of those are in that green section there. That means they haven't used a drug in the last year. So it's something that they may have done impulsively or intermittently, perhaps in the past, but it's not part of their current life. So it's 6% of the entire population reports use of a drug in the last year. The group we worry most about are those who are using in the past month, particularly those in red there who have a drug use disorder. If you stretch out those different segments of the population and look at the movement, forwards and backwards between the different areas, this to me captures the challenge, I suppose, within wider drug policy and the huge challenge you guys have been presented with in terms of grappling with this pretty massive and complex issue. Ultimately, as a society, I would hope we have the ambition to ensure that as few members as possible move into the world of drug use. And for those who do move into the world of drug use, we ideally want them to sort of step back out of it again. And if they choose to remain there, or if they do remain there, we want them to experience the minimum amount of health problems for themselves and the minimum amount of problem for those around them. So that's why we have drug policy. That's why we have regulations, rules about substance use. And this way of thinking about substance use and the challenges within it and policy applies just as well to alcohol or cigarettes as it would to heroin, crack cocaine or cannabis. What we're trying to do is minimise the amount of substance use across society. So we have laws, rules, regulations. We also have primary prevention, where we're trying to persuade people to avoid stepping into the world of substance use in the first place, largely school-based, largely focused on children. We have secondary prevention, where those who have taken a step into that world, we're trying to avoid them establishing a pattern of more regular use. In our hospital settings, we have brief interventions where as health professionals, we talk to people we meet who are using alcohol or drugs about their relationship with those substances and trying to nudge it in a less harmful direction. And then at the end of the spectrum here, we've got that subset of the population who've run into an addiction issue. Or a substance use disorder is, I suppose, the more modern term. Historically, the demand was you had to become abstinent if you had an addiction issue. But over the last 25 years, harm reduction approaches have come to the fore, where there's a recognition that only a minority of people in any given treatment interaction will actually sustain a period of prolonged abstinence. As I said, my primary concern relates to cannabis, and that's because I work in adolescent addiction services and have done so for the last 20 years. My job was created because of the heroin epidemic. The great news is that from an adolescent age range, we've done a fabulous job as a society in pretty much ending adolescent heroin use, and we should celebrate that and notice that and avoid the narrative of nihilism and hopelessness which suggests that all is lost in terms of our relationship with drug policy as a society. There have been huge successes, particularly heroin addiction. But there are current challenges. The drug that dominates my work now is cannabis. 80% of the referrals into our services, not just in Dublin, but nationwide, are due to cannabis. Up to the age of 25, no substance is generating more demand for addiction treatment than cannabis, even ahead of alcohol. The groups we're seeing are mainly male, probably 4 boys for every 1 girl. It's all socioeconomic groups. It's certainly not just confined to areas of deprivation. And these young people are presenting with very substantial problems. Would I rather deal with a cannabis-dependent teenager or a heroin-dependent teenager? Certainly, but it shouldn't be a swap for heroin to cannabis. Cannabis dependence really derails young lives. It causes is associated with very significant mental health issues, damages family relationships. Parents, who are living with a teenager with a cannabis use disorder, the big thing they describe is anger and aggression within the home. So this is really a significant health problem. And it is everywhere. As I said, it's across all socioeconomic groups, but this is a survey that was done in a local drug task force area in West Dublin, a community that has had way more than its fair share of heroin problems in the past. And the members of the community were asked what drugs are causing problems in your community, and cannabis topped the list. You see crack cocaine is second there on the list. That's what got all the headlines. The media seem to love crack cocaine, but everyone just ignores cannabis. But this community is not ignoring cannabis. It's saying it is the top problem or biggest problem that they're seeing within their community.
Just 1 minute, please. Barry.
If we're going to think about drug policy and prevention, we've got to look at why people use drugs. And the most common reason that young people report for using drugs is pleasure seeking. It's looking for fun, looking for a bit of a laugh. Doctors who've looked at drug policy, and the doctors internationally who've seen most in terms of drug policy options are those in the United States. The American Medical Association have been looking at what's happening there. They think legalization is a mistake. The American Academy of Pediatrics also say legalization is a mistake. Why? Because it's not delivering what it promised. It's resulting in more people in emergency departments, more young adults with addiction, and it's not getting rid of the black market. The idea that we can get rid of organised crime groups is a fantasy. They will retain probably 50% of the market at least. And who will go to the criminal gangs when you've got a competing illegal and legal market as those with the least money and the most addiction, and the youngest? Children will obviously have to go to the drug dealers.
Wind up, please, Bobby.
So our view in terms of drug policy, the focus should be on prevention and on treatment. We do, across our whole range of health risk behaviours, driving, even during COVID, when we've got health-led approaches, we do have a balance in terms of information, recommendations, and a degree of enforcement. We can have a conversation about what deterrence we use, but legalisation is a step far too far. Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby. And an interesting comment as well, Bobby. All is not lost, but very significant issues and challenges that you said. And thanks for the information shared again. Okay, I think you've heard a number of very contrasting views here in this piece of discussion. We do have now time, about 10 minutes at the table. If you could keep it to 8, will give us an extra couple of minutes to allow for questions. But let's let you go around the table and pose some questions back to the panel. Thank you. Okay. Ladies, gentlemen, we're going to kick off with the Q&A. Can I have a bit of silence, please? Okay, yesterday evening I left tables number 7 and 14 on a promise, figuratively speaking, of course, that I would call you in first. So can I ask tables 7 and 14 first of all, and then if the roaming mics can be ready for tables 4 and 11 after that. So table 7 first and then 14.
Yeah, hello. We're just wondering about the preventive policies in place because we've seen kids are bored and there's not much sports center or things to do. So we would like to recommend and ask what are the policies in place with regard to prevention, with regard to kids having an alternative, what to do like in their spare time in terms of sports and affordable like centers where they can really go and engage with and have fun instead of going to cannabis or something else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll come to that now. Just on table 14, if you can, please.
Hey there. Eddie, you were calling for a brave step to take against the drug war. Would selling drugs with monitoring, regulations and quality control, would that be brave enough?
Okay, so if I can, maybe, actually, Eddie, I'll go to the second question first, just directly to yourself. You know, quality control, prevention, regulation.
Yeah, for us, that's the brave step what we're looking for, and we're looking for it for not just cannabis. I know the focus today has been a lot on cannabis, but cocaine is the big money maker for the gangs, and I disagree with Bobby from the point of view, if we take the huge profits out of it, the gangs will not exist at that same level. If we sell it at below the price that they can make money from, they will go. There will still be criminal activity, but not at the same level.
Anne, can I ask you maybe if you have a view on that, and then I'll come to Bobby.
I suppose that part of the issue here is that, again, I'm not an expert on the legal end of things, but I suppose what we see in other jurisdictions is that when things become more available and when things become more acceptable, we see increased rates of use. So if we use the example from, I don't know if you remember 10 years ago, there was a major surge in head shop drugs. So I remember at the time I was a very junior doctor. I worked in the lateral emergency department at that point in time as well. And I used to pass 10 to 15 of these shops every day as I walked to work through the city centre. And then you get to work, and every single day we would have 3 or 4 young people who would be extremely, extremely unwell, acutely intoxicated, you know, needing security, 3 or 4 people to sit on them because they were so agitated and so unwell. It was absolutely unbelievable. And this continued. And you know, as part of our assessment, we'd wait until they sobered up and we'd have a chat and we'd, you know, do what Bobby described about you'd have that conversation where you try to say, come on guys now, you know, let's think about how we can have an alternative here to using these head shop drugs that are clearly not working. You're ending up here in our emergency department. And they would always turn around and go, what's wrong with you? They're legal. I'm perfectly entitled to take them. And this might be a 16-year-old. And it became very difficult to give those messages because there was this real message of acceptability that these drugs are fine, they're legal, ergo they are okay. And it was really interesting that when the head shop drugs closed about 2 years later, we saw a massive decrease again in those types of presentations of young people, and they were so unwell. There was one guy, and he came in and he literally, the whole emergency department ground to a stop. He pulled a radiator off the wall, he threw it across the ED. It was absolutely, I can't fully describe the level of chaos that happens.
Okay, and I just want to let some of the others in as well.
Sorry, thank
you. I'm going to go to Graham first and then Bobby.
Yeah, we'd agree, when our presentation was primarily focused on cannabis, but we'd agree that with regulation, already the A&Es are full of people that are taking drugs, they don't know what's in them. I also have worked in the Matter A&E, I've met people, I've met a man who overdosed before, and he told me when he kind of came around that normally he takes 2 blue pills, and this time his dealer didn't have blue pills, so he got yellow pills and he took 2 of them, and his mother found him overdosing. So these people are already ending up in A&E. I've nursed people that have been psychotic as well, sometimes not to do with drugs, it can be a nature of it, or to do with alcohol, or maybe alcohol withdrawals. But with a dangerous drug like alcohol, we put regulations in place so that people aren't drinking paint strip or going blind from it and that kind of stuff, which I think we've seen when they tried to prohibit it in the United States. So I do think this kind of, I know Eddie is calling it a brave step, but I'd say it's the most sensible step to remove the morality from the issue. The fact is, people will do drugs. Cannabis has been used for thousands of years. all the way back as ancient Egypt. So people are going to use drugs, people are going to alter their minds. Same thing about on my thing, I had people jumping out of a plane. Some people wouldn't agree with that, or they wouldn't want to do it, but we don't allow people not to do that or try and police them away from doing it.
Okay, Graham.
Thanks.
Just going to get no, Bobby.
I suppose in terms of what might happen if we legalise drugs, I think all we can do is look for the evidence of what's happening right now in the States and Canada. And what's happening is you get a race to the bottom in terms of a competition between the criminal suppliers and the regulated suppliers. So potency increases and prices drop. That makes drugs more affordable, and it's a more dangerous drug that's affordable to more people, and that is driving up health problems. This has nothing to do with morality. This is entirely a health-based issue. We will have more people in our emergency departments with health problems if we regulate drugs. And again, just on the point, we have already a regulated drug. It's called alcohol. And in terms of single substance overdoses in Ireland, what drug causes the most fatal overdoses in Ireland, single substance? It is alcohol. It's ahead of heroin, it's ahead of cocaine. So the fact it's legally available, regulated, of known purity and potency does not stop the deaths.
Okay, Bobby, thanks. And look, I just want to be fair to Eddie, who was brief at the start. Did you want to come back in, Eddie?
Well, just that nobody's suggesting we return to a situation where cannabis or cocaine will be sold from unregulated outlets like the head shops. We're not talking about that, you know. That was a, you know, we all agree that was an absolute disaster, and it's one of the reasons why we want the regulation to be through either government outlets or pharmacy chains that already distribute drugs like methadone to 10,000 people every day.
Okay, can I just go to the second question, which was from, sorry, the question related from Table 7 related to, as I pick it up, availability of other funded activities, availability for them for younger people to use, and leisure activities to avoid them getting involved in drugs. So maybe, can I just go to Graham first on this one?
It wouldn't really be my remit now to advise on what prevention is in place. From my own experience growing up, and why the Stop and Search was I grew up in kind of an overly policed area when I was younger, so I was stopped and searched by the Gardaí numerous times, and I don't think it done much good to build community relations or to encourage me to engage. Luckily I was never convicted of a criminal offence, so I was able to go to college and to get a degree, and I'd never have any of the jobs that I worked if I had been prosecuted. So I know it's kind of a little bit off topic,
no problem.
But I would have found that me and some people that I hung around with would have had a hard time to engage with any kind of Garda-led community outlets or that type of stuff. There was a youth club on that, but it was very difficult to get people to engage.
Okay, Graham. Eddie, I know you're very involved in Sword Celtic anyway, if nothing else, but you don't hold that against you.
Okay, I suppose most of us would advocate for something like the Icelandic model. So Iceland had the highest level of teenage alcohol misuse and antisocial behaviour because of that. And they developed this thing called the Reykjavik card, which was, they provided free access or very, very cheap access to every young person after school every day to youth activity. Now it meant huge investment in sport and the arts and recreation. They also invested in transport because they understood those young people needed to get from their school, did this activity, and their parents were probably working. So obviously that model has gone really, really well in Iceland. It's been piloted here, but piloting it is no good. Either we're going to massively invest in it, or we're not going to do it, or it'll have no impact. And the second thing I'd say is, you know, I have never seen on social media or national media a really good health promotion campaign around the dangers of drug use. We've seen how successful that has been in terms of smoking. We've seen how successful that has been in terms of things like drink driving. I just don't understand why we don't invest in health promotion around the dangers of drug use. Okay. Young people aren't stupid. You know, 50% of them make a decision at 16. I don't want to drink alcohol at the moment for good reasons. You know, 75% of them have made a decision. I don't want to smoke cigarettes, even though they're legally available, because I don't think they're good for me. Okay, so Eddie, young people aren't stupid, but let's give them the information.
And I see nodding heads of agreement around education and prevention across the table. So, but I do want to get more questions in. Table 4 and then Table 11, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very jarring on the table, and I suppose that's part of why we're here, and we liked that. Our question was, in terms of legalization, how exactly is that supposed to work? Is it a case where it's the government that's going to start producing these drugs? Is it pharmacies? How exactly does that work and compared to other nations? And has there been any data to show in countries where legalization is in effect that the criminal activity has significantly reduced?
Okay, and with the agreement from table 4, can I just hold the first part of the question? What does legislation mean? What would it look like? But I will ask panel, because we will have the next session and I'll make sure it's posed, but we will ask panel just in terms of evidence and data in a second. Table, 11, please.
Good morning. I just wanted to ask, just in regards to, I think, was it Bobby kind of shared statistics regarding like juveniles using cannabis, and their kind of main reason, or I guess the main thing they got out of it was recreation. They, you know, they kind of do it for pleasure, for fun. I went, like, you know, through the, like, you know, people my age, we go through the latest form of SPHE and, you know, I guess, you know, kind of prevention before cure. But if drug rates are rising, it's just the current system in schools just not working. If young people just seem to almost, you know, they know that drugs are bad for them, like, you know, SPHE, teachers and all that just tells them that it is, but they just don't care almost that it's bad for them.
Very good. Well, good point made. And can I just maybe ask panel, and feel free to reference both questions, but sorry, certainly one related to what is the evidence since other administrations may have legalised or decriminalised? And secondly, I think a really good point here about if people are hearing it at various stages of education, why is it not making an impact? So, Bobby, can I go to you first?
Yep. I say thank you for asking the question about how this model of regulation is going to work, because it does seem to me that what I hear the bulk of the time from people who want legalisation is that they spend 90% of their time just slagging off our current system without really articulating what exactly they're going to replace it with. So it would be great to get clarity on that. In terms of what's happened in other jurisdictions, a challenge Ireland would face if we legalised, and any country in Europe will face this. It's a bit like the states in the US that have legalised cannabis. The organised crime groups then move into those states, and they use that. The organised crime gangs operate from the locations which have the most liberal policies. So they've moved into California, Colorado, and they then supply the rest of the states from there. So we should expect that to happen in Ireland, and Germany should expect that to happen if or when it legalises as well, that to supply the rest of Europe, the gangs will descend on Ireland. The question about SPHE, you know, and prevention. SPHE is a decent program. I think schools maybe need a little bit more support in actually rolling it out. But it's only one source of information for young people. There was international research, and I'm sure it's the same in Ireland, indicating that the majority of social media posts about cannabis are positive. There's 4 positive messages about cannabis that young people are consuming for every 1 negative one. So that's why attitudes are changing. And I and I suppose the doctors I work with would argue that the government, you know, or some statutory body needs to step in and communicate the facts and hazards and harms of cannabis to young people more clearly, because they do not understand the problems that this drug can cause.
Thanks, Bobby. And just to remind the members who will, prevention and education is the focus of our next Assembly meeting in particular. Anne, can I ask you, do you want to make any comments on either question?
Yeah, just to follow on for that, obviously we need to make sure that the education is more suited, I think, to the people who we're targeting, and that the target groups are properly thought about in terms of how we construct the messaging. So it's going to be a big job, I think, for public health, and I think public health need to be properly resourced in terms of being able to give messaging in a way that people actually receive. Because again, sometimes receiving your education in school can become that's school, that's whatever, but actually it's about utilising social media and getting it to people where they get their information, and making sure that the information is accurate would be really key.
And good examples during COVID where information was shared, factually based, people interpreted and listened. Graham, do you want to make any comments on that?
As we kind of outlined in what our regulatory model would look like, particularly for cannabis, it's the same as what the Joint Committee of Justice recommended after they look at it. So it would be home cultivation for personal possession, and then that you could also supply the small social clubs. And the main reason to do them straight away is just straight away remove income from the gangs, provide people who want access to cannabis with access to safe cannabis. And then also further down the line, I do think the state should step in and set regulatory quality control. Similar to alcohol, you can go and choose to buy a beer or to choose a stronger spirit. I know some people asked about seeing gang crime stuff going down. So as you saw, obviously they have less income coming in, and then from that money, some states have ring-fenced the money that they've made from cannabis legalization and invested it into preventive services or into healthcare and this kind of stuff. So we think that would be important to do as well as part of a regulatory model. Thanks.
And Eddie, I will bring in another questions. Can I go to table 6 and table number 3, please? If you have a question, and again, if table doesn't have a question, that's okay too, or if it's been asked. Marie, just the microphone down, Marie.
Professor Smith, thank you for your enlightenment. I noticed on your graphs 68% was cannabis, but coming fast up the rear, 60% crack cocaine. We'd love some more information on that. Is crack cocaine moving faster than cannabis, or what is the differential there, please?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. And what table did I say? Did I say 3? 3, yeah.
How's it going? Graham actually made one of the points I had written down on my paper here about people wanting to buy a beer or a vodka. But Bobby, my question to you is, you're referencing the States, obviously a much bigger country than us, and with federal states, different governments, all that stuff. As a rural teenager growing up in Ireland, it's fair to say that there's criminal gangs in the most remote places in the country. I think they're everywhere as it is. But would you not agree that 50% of the cannabis market being black market is still better than 100% with the other 50% regulated?
Okay, so 2 questions, and I'm going to go straight to Bobby first. The issue of crack cocaine and trends, and then the market and availability.
Okay, so in terms of crack cocaine, I work with adolescents, that's under 18s. I do a small bit of work with people up to the age of about 21 in one setting. Crack cocaine just isn't an issue in under 18s. It has not moved into that age range. We haven't seen anyone with a crack cocaine addiction attend the services I work in for under 18. So that's good news. And those services I work in serve the deprived communities that were badly affected by the heroin epidemic. As far as I can see, the bulk of the crack cocaine problem seems to be in the exact same group of people who were caught up in the 1990s heroin epidemic, and a proportion of those who continue to struggle with a range of polysubstance addictions over the last 20, 30 years. They've now, crack cocaine is the current drug. In 5 years' time it will be a different one. And it's devastating in terms of its impacts on the lives of those people. But fortunately, you know, in terms of its movement into the wider community or the adolescent age range, it's just not an issue. Although, as I said, media love it. The media love hyping up crack cocaine. And the question about 50% of criminals, you know, like, for me, drug policy is about keeping people healthy and well, and that's the only thing I really prioritise. I'm resigned to the fact there's always going to be criminal gangs. I'm not going to make that more important than keeping people healthy and well. And if you're sort of saying in order to give the criminal gangs a bit of a bloody nose and remove half their income, we need to regulate the market that's going to drive up health problems, for me that's not a price worth paying. They do annoy me. I think the simplest way of getting rid of reducing the income of the criminal gangs is actually to reduce drug use. If less people use drugs, they have less income. That's what I would like to prioritise in order to reduce their income.
Thanks, Bobby. Just before I ask Eddie to make any comments, can I just ask our next set of panellists to get ready, please, because we have an immediate transition to the next panel straight away with no break. So, Eddie, do you want to make any comments, please?
Yeah, a couple of comments over the last few questions. Again, agree with Bobby. From my own drug treatment centre, the vast majority of people we have using crack cocaine are those who have been on the polydrug thing for a number of years. Started off heroin users, now probably on methadone, benzos, and now crack cocaine. Devastating drug. You wouldn't want to see anybody on it. In terms of the legalisation, we're calling for the regulation of both cannabis and cocaine. Cocaine is a huge money spinner for the drug gangs. We are not going to get rid of the drug gangs by just by just regulating cannabis. So we want you to look at both those particular drugs to try and remove the vast majority of the profit. In terms of the SPHE and the drugs education, a lot of research around drugs education in the secondary schools has indicated that it really has no impact on the young people after 2 or 3 weeks. And again, you know, possibly because maybe it's delivered sometimes by people who know less about the drugs than the young people are actually addressing. So that's something we do have to concern ourselves about. And also, one of the reasons why young people are often attracted to illegal drugs is because the very fact that they are illegal. So it's part of that risk-taking behaviour by teenagers.
Okay, Eddie. Look, we're coming to a natural close where I have to do it. I want to just say to panellists they've been very forthright in terms of their positions and very clear, which is exactly as Table 4 said, what we need to hear and understand. So thank you for sharing your information today, and apologies that we have to keep it tight, but we've moved straight into the next session. And show your appreciation, please, for the panellists. Thank you. Okay, if I can ask you to move away from the podium, we get the next panellists in, please. Sorry, Helen, can we just get it? Yeah. Thanks, folks. Thank you again. Okay. Thanks again. See you. Well done. See you. Well done. Thank you. Thanks, Eddie. Talk to you. Yeah. Okay, if I could ask the panel to join us, please. Yeah. Thanks, Brendan. Okay, good morning, everybody again. We're back in immediate live session. Can I get your attention? We're going to kick straight into this session. Please. Everybody, can I get your attention? We're straight in. Facilitators. Okay, everybody, we're moving straight in, and apologies for the very quick transition into our next panel discussion. This is a really key moment and key part of our discussions and deliberations, and we'll move into giving you significant time afterwards for Q&A, but also kind of workshop with your facilitators around some of the big challenging issues. So we do have a combination of policy experts, criminology experts, legal experts here to help us through a very complex issue to give us a good understanding of it. I do hope many of you have got the opportunity to read the paper that Cathal has circulated, which does give you a very good baseline of some of these legal issues and a very clear articulation of not the options, but the scenarios that currently exist in other administrations. So that should give you a good baseline and a grounding. But this is an important session, and I want to thank our speakers in advance for coming to us, and I know time is tight. So I'm going to move straight away to Brendan Hughes as an expert on drug policy and legislation in the EMC DDA, which we've had contributors from, and Brendan's based in Lisbon. So thanks for joining us, Brendan.
I've been told I've got 10 minutes. How I crush in 20 years of expertise on over 30 different drug legislations, I'm not sure, but I'm going to have a go.
You've 3 minutes more than many of the other speakers. That's the upside.
Fasten your seat belts. First question, why? Why is it you're doing this? Before anything else, not where you're going, not what you've got to do, but why is it you're doing this? You need to ask this question, whatever you're thinking. And the directive you have, I believe, for this inquiry is to address the different harms. And I noticed that in the document, you'll see a list of all the different harms. Consider the different harms and the different proposals towards them and whether they are likely to work or not. But why is the key question. Why change a policy? These are the reasons given by different countries over the years. Why reduce penalties or increase penalties, which is the usual discussion. And we've got different reasons. Yes, there are decriminalisations, but for very different reasons. Portugal and Poland to encourage those with addiction to treatment. Belgium and the UK for cannabis law to save law enforcement resources. And even we have a few countries which just cleaned up their criminal codes. They decided prison penalties, very short ones, was a waste of time, and they took them all out. So very different reasons of why countries reduce penalties, sometimes nothing to do with drugs. Countries increase penalties as well, often for the normative reason to send a message, but also, for example, to give law enforcement more powers. They don't want the users to get the higher penalties, but they want law enforcement to have more powers. And we've already had that discussion about the ability to have the power to stop and search. Those are reducing and increasing penalties. Then we move on to this idea of regulating, particularly cannabis. And again, different countries or jurisdictions do it for different reasons. Concentrate on serious crimes, save law enforcement resources, raise tax revenue. Some of them want to limit access for children because shopkeepers are more careful than street dealers, and product quality control. At the same time, there are very legitimate concerns. Why not? So increase use, increase addiction, increase drug trafficking. Road crashes is a big concern with cannabis legalization. Productivity, and again, the normative, sending the wrong message. The point is, when you evaluate these, if you're going to declare whether they're a success or a failure, what was the original reason they were designed for? And this is often lost in the discussion 5 years, 10 years after the change. Legal terms apply for drug control. Again, you have these in your documents, and you saw the video that we produced, I think, in April. You saw the short video. Decriminalisation, reducing the size, the significance of the penalty, usually the impact on the user or the court system. Depenalisation, removing the application of the penalty, just closing the case. Diversion, moving from punitive, which is the usual justice system, to rehabilitative response. And legalisation, which we've heard about. Some form of supply, not necessarily shops, that can include permission to grow your own plants and consume them in private, as it does now in Malta, Spain, and a few other countries. So you've seen the video, but I want you to notice that those first three terms are moving away from something in terms of English grammar, but it doesn't say what they're moving towards. And that will be, I think, one of your key tasks over this series of meetings. It's not moving away, it's where are you going to? In terms of what happens, there's concerns about if we increase or decrease penalties. Well, we've looked at this at the changes around Europe. We took the rates of cannabis use amongst young adults over the last year and tracked when there was a change in penalty. We lined all of these trend lines up. The red lines is when the penalties increased, the blue lines is when the penalties decreased. You'd expect all the blue lines to go one way and all the red lines to go the other way, but they don't. Probably a very simple reason for that. Firstly, it may strike you to understand that the average cannabis user does not read the details of what's written in the drug law. And secondly, because usually it is the maximum penalty that's changed, and as you know here in Ireland, nobody gets the maximum penalty. So what is the actual effect of changing the law? The concern that changing the text of the law, changing the type of penalty, is not backed up by the best evidence. This is changing the penalty. This is not legalization. We discuss alternatives to punishment, alternatives coercive sanctions. Again, why? We looked at it. We saw three basic reasons. To affect the individual, treating addiction. To affect society, reducing drug-related crime or drug-related disease. This was particularly Portugal and several countries in the 1990s when they wanted to stop the spread of HIV. More recently, HCV, hepatitis C. But also, if you remember some of the changes in penalties for cannabis, to affect state structures. So much pressure on the criminal justice system, so much pressure on the prisons, that they needed to move away from that system to reduce the pressure as well as perhaps to care for those people. The big question in this, and the evaluations of all of them, is what is success? People say, did they work, did they not? What's success, what's failure? Great example yesterday, the discussion of the Irish drug courts. They will say, relatively, they have very few graduates. But that's only the top people. What about the people who made it halfway through? What about the guy who stopped taking heroin but still insists on smoking a joint 3 times a day? Is that a success or a failure? And different ones of you will have different answers to that question. Are rehabilitative alternatives better? Let's see the numbers. Here is an amazing quote from a US drug court judge, and I don't know if our colleagues from the drug courts here will agree with it. I suspect they might. Drug court is only allowed to continue because we constantly collect and submit all these different statistics, the recidivism rates, the drug use rates, the cost-benefit calculations. She said, when I was just locking offenders up, nobody asked me for any of those. Why is it that one has to be questioned, the other is not? Should we go for punishment or should we go for rehabilitative? Well, there's various types of punitive responses. You can have non-criminal for all drugs, some non-criminal, or even only criminal. There are variations around Europe. You can have no rehabilitative responses, some, or mainly rehabilitative responses. Look at the different numbers involved. I want to say you can have both. You don't have to have either or. And you will see this in the Portuguese and many other systems, and in fact, frankly, you already have it in the Irish system. It's just that perhaps the numbers are not where they should be.
Just 2 minutes, Brendan, just advise.
Thank you. The key question is who coordinates them? And people are saying, why is the Portuguese different? It's not different because of the decriminalisation. It's different because their system is coordinated by the Ministry of Health. It is not coordinated, like all the others in Europe and probably abroad, by a Ministry of Justice or Interior. The entire ethos is different. Differences between drug laws, how you can vary them. We have this database where you can search how much does the penalty vary by the drug, by the quantity, by the level of addiction, by the recidivism, all different ways of varying. So an example about the Portuguese, because they produce the best statistics, other people just don't gather statistics, are these. So the top line is how many times the penalty just gets suspended.
Just 1 minute, Brendan.
Which we call depenalisation. The red line is how many people get sent for treatment, which you call diversion. The grey line is how many people get a fine, penalties, which you call decriminalisation, because it's still a penalty. Look at the proportions between them. And so my question is the legal system flexible enough to respond to so many variations of situations and still produce a just result? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Brendan, and great timing and a really good question posed. Where are we trying to get to before we design or make the recommendation? What's the end game, and how can we test ourselves against the end game later? So thank you, Brendan. Okay, so next up, I'm going to move straight into Professor Yvonne Daly, Professor of Criminal Law and Evidence in the School of Law and Government in DCU, Dublin City University. Yvonne, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Gur margad a céirlach. Tá an hásta bhein seo le bhar maidin agus tásúlagam go méid simagah san méid tálarrágam. Mr. Chairperson, I'm very happy to have been invited to speak to you this morning, and I hope that what I have to say will be of interest to members of the Assembly and helpful to you as you move towards the more deliberative phase of the process. Others will speak to you in this session more specifically about the Irish experience with drug law and the effects of different policies and approaches. I'm going to try to pull back a little bit and just give you a broad sense of criminal law, its functions, its purposes, and indeed its limitations. And I want to assist you in thinking about when and why we use criminal law specifically. So I want to begin at quite a high level of discussion and firstly ask, what is criminal law? And the first thing to say, which I mean may be obvious, but I think is worth stating, is this is an area of public law. The state is involved in taking an action against an individual on behalf of all of our community because that individual has gone beyond the rules which we as a society have agreed to live by. and the transgression of the law is seen as being so grave as to be worthy of being seen as a criminal activity and being criminalised. So a criminal sanction is attached, a criminal process is initiated involving the Gardaí, the DPP, the courts and so on, and a punitive sanction is then attached by way of community service, let's say, or fines or imprisonment. But criminal law isn't the only means that we have for setting the rules of engagement of society. There are also other ways of doing things, such as regulatory offences or administrative offences, which at the moment exist more so in the area of commercial law, environmental law, and that sort of thing, rather than in relation to sort of individual acts on the ground, if you want to put it that way. To come back to criminal law more specifically, what are the purposes? And there's different schools of thought as to what the criminal law exists to do, and you may fall into one or other of these categories or have a more nuanced picture of things. But the first one that I've sort of pulled out here is that criminal law should be employed only to stop people from doing harm to one another and to maintain general good order in society. Or you may subscribe to the other view, which is that criminal law has a more active role in promoting a good society, observing certain social values and morals. But the only thing to question, I suppose, in relation to that is whose morals and values are being prioritised in a system which advocates that perspective. So that brings us to the questions: who decides what's criminal? And straightforwardly, it's us through our elected members of the Oireachtas, for example, who decides what's criminal in a given time or place. But there are societal differences across time and place as to what is or isn't criminalised. And I've just pulled out there some acts which used to be criminalised in Ireland, and indeed acts which previously were not criminal, such as rape within marriage, for example, where societal view of the issue maybe lagged behind, the law lagged behind the societal view of some of these issues. And just the point I'm trying to make is that criminal law isn't universal across states or across time, nor is it unchangeable by any means. And in planning to speak to you today and discussing a little about the use of criminal law to tackle societal concerns, I thought it might be useful to conduct a sort of thought experiment about criminalising something which currently isn't criminalised. So you could think about alcohol, for example, or vaping, or maybe smartphones. And just as someone who's a little bit addicted to her smartphone, I thought I'd use that as the thought experiment. So let's imagine that the government of the day decides that smartphones are a danger to the citizens of Ireland. Some people can use them without difficulty and they're very beneficial in certain circumstances, but others struggle to regulate their use of smartphones. They're reliant on the dopamine hit they get from likes on their social media postings. They're staying up all night trolling other people. The victims of nasty trolling online are suffering. Young people in particular find it very hard to self-regulate their use of smartphones, and so on. The government has options to consider then as to how to deal with this as a societal issue. It can provide resources to fund support for people who want to reduce their smartphone usage. It can provide education through schools and social media messaging and so on to sort of speak about these issues. It could regulate the sale of smartphones to people under a particular age. Or it could outright ban the possession of smartphones and make that a standalone criminal offence. The simple possession of a smartphone brings you into contact with the criminal justice system. There'd be lots of options, both within and out with the criminal law, that could be considered, and there would be consequences, both seen and unforeseen, for whichever step the government would decide to take. Now, obviously, I accept that the issues relating to drugs are not the same as the issues relating to smartphones, but I'm hopeful that maybe just abstracting things a little bit in this way might help you to put your thoughts in order at a more theoretical level about some of the issues that you're trying to grapple with. Coming back to the sort of more general criminal law discussion, we justify punishment for criminal offending on several bases, including retribution, deterrence, both general and specific to the individual coming before the system, and in the context of imprisonment, specifically incapacitation. The concept of rehabilitation or reformation is really very important within the criminal justice system, but it's not really the purpose of criminal law to reform anybody. That's an issue for the probation service, the prison service, and so on. But the law itself doesn't really have a rehabilitative function. Criminal law is called on in many circumstances. Whenever a new societal ill arises, this must be criminalised. We'll need to specify a new offence and so on. And sometimes that's really important as an expression of what society thinks about particular activity. And you could call on recent examples such as stalking, for example. We've created a specific offence of stalking now, and the new offence of coercive control to send a message that society doesn't accept this type of behaviour. But it's important to highlight the limitations of criminal law as well. I just pulled out a few there. One is implementation. Is implementation equal across all aspects of society and all people in society? For example, are young people in certain areas who are in possession of cannabis, are they more likely to find themselves stopped and searched than businessmen on their way to the office who are planning to snort some cocaine before a high-level meeting?
Just 1 minute, please. Yeah.
Is the funding necessarily to implement the law available? Are there sufficient Gardaí to target high-level serious offending? Are there sufficient judges and criminal defence lawyers to ensure that the system is working appropriately? Sometimes the criminal law can reinforce inequalities. Are we bringing people into contact with the criminal justice system who are already suffering multi-generational trauma, lack of education, employment opportunities and so on? And again, are we more interested in crime on the streets as opposed to crime on the suites? In the suites, the difference between how we target white-collar crime versus how we target more visible crime at a more minor level. And also, are we compounding issues by giving people criminal records so that they then can't go on to other opportunities in employment and so on, particularly where they actually have experience of the offending and want to give back to society and are sometimes cut out from that. So is the criminal law causing more difficulties? And I suppose the whole point I'm making is that criminal law is very important in society, but it has a really narrow focus and there's only so much it can do. It doesn't really deal with health issues or education or early childhood interventions or anything like that. So there's only so much criminal law can do and only so much that we can expect of it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Yvonne. And a point well made about the various considerations in introducing law if there aren't other options. And also you put the bejeepers up as all, talking about banning our smartphones. Down with that sort of thing. So next, if I can, please, Professor Deirdre Healy, Director of the Institute of Criminology and Criminal Justice and Associate Professor at the Sutherland School of Law, UCD. Thanks again, Deirdre, for joining us.
Thank you. So in reflecting on the ideas and issues raised in the working paper that was shared with you, I'm going to draw on my own areas of research interest, which include how people stop offending and also the impact of criminal justice sanctions on these change processes. So my remarks will therefore relate primarily to people with substance misuse issues in the criminal justice system. But before beginning, I wanted to set my comments in context by saying a little about what we know about how people stop offending. And again, research tells us that when people manage to successfully stop offending, they tend to experience a sense of hope about the future, as well as a belief that change is possible. Second, they have strong social bonds in work, family, and community life that enable them to construct a meaningful non-criminal identity. They also report feelings of belonging and social inclusion and encounter state systems that help rather than hinder the change process. This idealized pathway is, of course, difficult to achieve in reality, and many people, including those who have been drug or crime-free for long periods of time, continue to experience social exclusion as well as stigma. So in the rest of my talk, I'm going to focus in on two key themes: how system contact and how access to treatment impact on the change processes I've just described. So turning first to the issue of system contact. All of the models in the paper, apart from Model E, include some sanctions, either criminal or administrative, for possession of drugs. Several of the models are also based on the assumption that sanctions have the power to dissuade people from engaging in harmful behaviour. However, when we look at the evidence, research suggests that deterrence-based approaches do not reduce reoffending in all cases, and in some cases may even increase it. Studies show that even brief contacts, like being stopped by police, can actually increase reoffending and also undermine the legitimacy of the police in the eyes of those targeted. Conversely, there's substantial evidence that enabling people to avoid a criminal record can in fact reduce reoffending. This may be because criminal justice system contact may result in labelling, stigmatisation and social exclusion. Even the language we use in the criminal justice system can be stigmatising. For instance, someone who is drug-free is often described as clean, while somebody who is still currently using drugs is often described as dirty. And stigma can make it harder for people to create and maintain the kind of meaningful or positive senses of self that we know are associated with the move away from crime. As I said, labelling and stigma can lead to social exclusion. And there's a large body of evidence to show that a criminal record can actually restrict access to employment, education, and housing, while social stigma can disrupt community and societal bonds. I also wanted to note that generally criminal sanctions tend to escalate in line with criminal history. However, research tells us that the majority of people, including those involved in persistent offending, actually tend to move away from crime in their mid-20s. And what this means is that approaches that divert first-time offenders only, like Model B for instance, can thus exclude a large cohort who could potentially benefit from these provisions. While non-custodial and non-criminal justice options can mitigate or, I suppose, avoid some of the harms I've just described, it's important to remember that they can also be experienced as punitive by those subject to them. For instance, fines can be burdensome for low-income groups. The second theme then that I wanted to look at is in relation to treatment. And again, many of the models focus on treatment as a way of mitigating some of the harmful impacts of illicit drug use. This is important because we know that offending and addiction are closely intertwined. And substance misuse issues are prevalent in criminal justice populations. And we also know from research that diversion into treatment can be effective for drug-using offenders. However, it's important to ensure that any new or existing programs are actually effective as well as evidence-based. I did want to raise a few concerns around the intervention with low-need groups and recreational users, because evidence suggests that overly intensive approaches can actually increase criminality among these groups. So that might be something to consider in your recommendations. And my final point is that I wanted to note as well that treatment participation is a condition of health-led diversion under some of the proposed models in the document. And it's important to think about the consequences that could ensue if people don't comply with these conditions. And this is because non-compliance can actually lead to harsher criminal justice sanctions. Where treatment participation is a condition of probation orders, for instance, non-compliance with treatment can have legal consequences for the person, even if no new offence has been committed. So again, the relationship between sanctions and rehabilitation thus needs careful consideration, and the Assembly may need to consider ways to decouple treatment and punishment to avoid further criminalisation and harm.
Just 1 minute, Yvonne, please.
I'm just finished now, so I just wanted to close by thanking the Secretariat for producing such a comprehensive and thought-provoking document, and I look forward to the rest of this discussion this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. And your closing remark there was quite strong, just in terms of how you separate treatment from punishment and considerations that go with that. So thank you for that. Okay, going to move now next to Professor Tom O'Malley, a barrister, senior counsel, may be familiar to many of you for some public commentary in this area, and until recently, Associate Professor of Law in Galway University. Tom, you're very welcome to us, and you have 7 minutes. Please.
Thank you very much. Delighted to be here. In light of the short time available, I'm just going to concentrate on the sentencing of drug offences and related offences, so what I have to say may be somewhat more legalistic than more sociological. So I just started 2 preliminary points. And the first is that there's always a distinction to be drawn between sentencing and punishment. The sentence is the penalty that's imposed by a court following a criminal conviction. And in the case of drugs, that conviction will almost certainly have resulted in a guilty plea rather than a trial. After all, when a person is caught with, whether it's drugs, firearms or whatever, well then the chances of being able to defend oneself in a contested trial will be rather slim. But the punishment that a person endures for an offence may well extend beyond the judicially imposed penalty. To take a simple example, a person who's imprisoned will lose their job if they have one, and that will probably find it difficult to secure employment on release. This can cause hardship not only to the offender but to their dependents as well. The same obviously applies to serious drug offenders. However, it's also relevant where a person is convicted of a minor drug offence, such as possession of cannabis for personal use. The judicially imposed penalty may be very light. It'll probably be a small fine. But what we call the collateral consequences of conviction can be far more punitive and long-lasting. For example, a conviction for any drug offence may have serious consequences in terms, for example, of securing certain kinds of employment or gaining admission to certain countries. And that can very often be the real punishment as opposed to the judicially imposed penalty. The second preliminary point I want to make is that a distinction must be drawn between drug crime and drug-related crime. A great deal of acquisitive crime, such as theft, robbery and burglary, is attributable to drug addiction. I cannot say exactly how much, but experience shows that a great deal of it is. Many robberies and burglaries are drug-related, and the impact on victims can be very serious indeed, with long-lasting effects. If I had time, I could refer to particular cases where quite horrific injuries were inflicted on victims, sometimes very vulnerable victims, as a result of the commission of this kind of crime. Even more serious, of course, is the harm resulting from gang-related warfare, again drug-related, which has resulted in many fatalities over the years. So turning then to drug offences themselves, there are many, but I suppose I could concentrate on two, or at least two categories. The first is what we call Section 3 drug offences, that is possession of drugs for personal use only, possession of small quantities for personal use only. And then you have, and that's what I'll come back to because I want to concentrate on. And then you have the more serious offences of having drugs for sale or supply. These are governed, all of these, I should say, are governed by the Misuse of Drugs Act of 1977, which has been amended many times since it was first enacted. Now, turning first very briefly to the more serious drug offences, these are created for what it matters by Section 15 and 15A of the Act. In brief terms, a person convicted of any controlled drug for sale or supply is liable to a sentence of up to life imprisonment. Now, it is rare in the extreme for a life sentence to be imposed for that offence. I've never known a case where it has happened. But in fact, the vast majority of people convicted of that offence will receive a custodial sentence, and very often quite a significant one as well. All the more so as a result of a statutory amendment in 1999, which provides that if a person is caught with drugs which have a street value of €13,000 or more for sale or supply, well then they are liable to a sentence of at least 10 years imprisonment. That is what we call a presumptive minimum sentence of 10 years imprisonment. A judge does have the power to impose a lower sentence than 10 years if satisfied that there are specific circumstances that justify doing so. But the bottom line is, of course, that the vast majority of people caught with drugs for sale or supply do get prison sentences, and very often significant prison sentences. This is reflected in the prison population. For example, a snapshot of the Irish prison population for late November 2021, I think it's the last one we have, showed that there were about 320 convicted drug offenders serving sentences in Irish prisons. That amounted to about 10% of the overall prison population at the time, and about 1/3 of them were serving sentences of 5 years or longer.
Just 2 minutes, Tom, just giving an early warning. You have plenty of time.
So I should emphasise that what I'm talking about here are the more serious offences. As regards the possession of drugs for personal use, there is a distinction for sentencing purposes between cannabis and other drugs. In the case of cannabis, the sole penalty available in a first or second conviction is a fine. After that, there is a possibility of imprisonment for up to 12 months in the district court. If the drug is something other than cannabis, well then there is a possibility of imprisonment even on a first conviction. I want to mention then two strategies that are available to avoid the consequences of conviction. One is available in the district court only, and that is the Probation Act, which permits the district court to refrain from formally convicting a person, even though they're satisfied that the person has committed the offence, but they won't get a conviction, which means that they won't have a criminal record. This is a very valuable provision, and it can be used, let's say, in cases of an individual who's found in possession of drugs for personal use. Secondly, then, we have, under the Children Act of 2001, a juvenile diversion programme that anybody under the age of 18 who is found to have committed an offence can be admitted to that programme where they can be cautioned and placed under supervision, but it diverts them away from prosecution. And a very considerable number of children are admitted to that programme each year, about 20,000 20,000 referrals, about 10,000 children, and in 2020 there were about 2,000 referrals for drug offences. So that at least, now I don't know how many of them were admitted finally to the programme, but at least that is a good thing that is available. And then absolutely finally, and I do think this is important, there is a provision in Section 28 of the 1977 Misuse of Drugs Act which allows a court, on convicting a person of certain drug offences, instead of imposing a penalty, to allow the offender an opportunity to enter into a commitment to undergo supervision or treatment, including treatment in a designated custodial facility. Now, that is seldom used, largely, I think, because such a facility doesn't exist. But that's something that is worth talking about. So thank you for listening, and sorry for going over time.
Thank you very much, Tom, and very helpful indeed, and particularly the articulation of the examples of Section 15 of the 1977 Act for Sale and Apply, and how that can be applied, and Section 28, as you just finished up on there as well. And I'm sure the panel will come back to that as well. Okay, our next panelist is joining us by Zoom, and hopefully technology is okay, and it looks good. So Professor Andrew Percy, you're very welcome. Andrew is the quantitative criminologist and Professor of Sociology and Social Work, School of Social Science, Education and Social Work in Queen's University, Belfast. And Andrew, that's the most complicated title I've ever had to read out, but you're very welcome to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I hope you can all hear and see me clearly.
Thank you.
Thanks. My academic background is in adolescent development, and I've spent the last 25 years undertaking research looking specifically at teenage alcohol and drug use. And when I first started my career in the early 1990s, the assumption was that we were going to see inevitable increases in drug use. But actually, in the early 2000s, late 1990s, we began to see declines, dramatic declines, particularly in relation to alcohol and tobacco, but also declines in relation to offending behaviour amongst young people and substance use as well. As someone in sort of middle years, we have a tendency as a generation to look back on teenagers and see them as kind of worse than our generation. But I would argue that teenagers today are actually so much better. We are seeing a golden generation of young people coming through who commit less crime, use less alcohol, use less tobacco, use less drugs, are less racist, less homophobic, less sexist than my generation in particular. And when we look at teenagers' drug use, we see that the majority of teenagers' drug use is adolescent limited, referred to. Drug use is essentially a teenage activity, and most teenagers will start their drug use, will progress from experimental into recreational use, and then stop their drug use as they make the transition into adulthood, with no real significant or long-term consequences as the result of their drug use. And so for most drug users, drug use is a temporary phase which they go through, where they experiment with risk-taking behaviours, and it's, in some cases, can be argued as a relatively normative activity undertaken by the vast majority of teenagers in some degree. And as they make that transition to adulthood, they mature out of these risky taking behaviours. During this phase of risk-taking, young people learn to control their behaviours and particularly learn to manage their intoxication through trial and error. They make mistakes, they learn from those mistakes, they change their behaviour. And so from coming at this from a prevention perspective, one of the key things that we're keen is to allow young people to engage in this risky behaviour in safe environments, to avoid any long-term consequences as a result of it, and to begin to teach them the necessary skills for them to regulate and control their own behaviour. One of the key aspects of this trial and error is the management of intoxication. Young people use alcohol and drugs to become intoxicated for the pleasurable experience of that. And one of the things that they need to learn is to manage that intoxication process. And so as prevention researchers, we are keen to try and teach young people the necessary skills to manage intoxication. And for most young people, the biggest risk they face, or one of the key risks they face, is getting into difficulties as a result of acute intoxication, where we see that they increase their vulnerability, both in terms of being a victim of violence and in particularly sexual violence, as a result of being overly intoxicated as a result of alcohol or drug use. And so a lot of prevention activity we engaged in is trying to teach young people ways in which to manage this risky behavior to avoid getting into any serious consequences as a result of their engagement in substance use. One of the key harms that young people face when using substances is contact with the criminal justice system. And I would argue that probably the single biggest risk that the vast majority of teenage drug users face is being drawn into the criminal justice system as a result of their drug use. And it's this contact with the criminal justice system, and particularly if they are cautioned or receive a criminal conviction, this contact will have a more serious impact on their long-term outcomes than any recreational use of drugs such as cannabis. So one of the things I would like to...
Just 2 minutes, Andrew, just to flag with you. 2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, got it. So one of the things I would like to mention to you as you're discussing and debating policy and legislative changes and options in front of you is to think very carefully about unintended consequences of the decisions that you're making, and in particular thinking about policy options that may increase the likelihood of young people becoming in contact with the criminal justice system, because this is probably likely to have more detrimental impacts on their long-term outcomes than most of their drug use. And so it's what I would sort of champion is ways of trying to keep young recreational drug users out of contact from the criminal justice system, and then allowing services to be developed and funded for those that progress from this recreational use into more problematic use. So that's really all, just to sort of think about ways in which you can avoid unintended consequences of policy changes that you're considering.
Thank you very much indeed. And Andrew, I think your final point there is very strongly well made in terms of the unintended consequences and trying to think through that we're not creating more harm or more unintended impacts in terms of legislation or its impacts. So thank you for that. And Andrew is going to stay on for our Q&A, and we'll bring him back up on the screen. So Andrew, I hope that's okay with yourself. We'll be going to Q&A in a few minutes. So Professor James Windle next is our lecturer in criminology and director of the Bachelor of the Arts Criminology degree in UCC. You're very welcome, James.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute in a small way to this very important assembly. Look, this is a really, really big and very complex topic, so saying anything in 7 minutes is quite difficult. So what I'm going to try and do is make 4 points which speak to Model A, the status quo, Model C and D, decriminalisation and diversion, and Model E, legalisation. Much of my own research has been on the manufacture, distribution and use of heroin. So the first couple of slides, I think, my thinking veers towards the more problematic of use. My final slide is going to go a little bit more general and kind of draw from some of the evidence on legalisation. Okay, so the first model is prohibition has worked. Okay, it's worked to a point. Drug law enforcement and prevention have kept have contained drug use at a relatively low level. Okay, and they've done this by making prices kind of unnaturally high and availability unnaturally low. You know, a gram of heroin is more expensive than a gram of gold, but cannabis is much cheaper. There are also costs associated with the time that it takes to buy drugs. Okay, we could go to the bar, we could buy pints, we could be back in 10, 15 minutes. It would take quite some time for most of us to go to town and buy some cocaine and buy some cannabis. Now, regular buyers have less search costs, okay? They can often text a dealer, or more often than not, just text a friend. And the advent of mobile phones have probably reduced search costs in some ways. But the point is, for most of us, sourcing drugs is relatively difficult. So my point is that drugs remain more expensive and scarcer than if they were legal. But this depends on our age, it depends on the drugs, it depends on our location, it depends on where we live. This also throws up a question of how do we measure success, and this has been kind of pulled up earlier. How do we measure the impact of a policy? And drug use is one measure, and it's an important measure, but it may not be the most important measure. So you need to consider, how would you measure a policy? And when you start thinking about how you measure a policy, that speaks to your underlying objectives. And being clear in your objectives is kind of the first step to creating, a good drug policy. Another point I make is your job. I mean, your job is really difficult, but you need to think not just now, but you need to think in the future. And drug markets are changing. New synthetic drugs are changing the market. We need to be prepared for heroin to be replaced by synthetic opioids, such as fentanyl. That's just one drug. We can look at what's happening in Afghanistan, and if you think like a drug trafficker, I think this is likely to happen. So you need to think about future drugs. Okay, decriminalisation. So prohibition has two broad goals, and that's to improve public health and stop consumption. I'm not convinced that criminalising simple possession does this, and it may well be counterproductive. It certainly has unintended consequences. You've heard about this here. You've heard about it in other weeks. So there's evidence that the severity of a punishment has little impact on behaviour, especially for a young person who, or even an older person, where drug use is valued by their friends, is valued within their social network. When role models are consuming drugs, or consuming drugs problematically or heavily, and for that, as we were discussing kind of yesterday, that 10%, drug use can mask trauma, okay? Also, in terms of deterrence, if you're addicted to heroin, the pain of withdrawal is a much more immediate pain than the potential future pain of being arrested. So it's difficult to measure decriminalisation. It's difficult to measure the impact of decriminalisation on drug use, but countries which have decriminalised and have diverted haven't reported large booms in drug consumption, and many studies have shown a reduction in harmful drug use. Decriminalisation can theoretically reduce the risk of overdose and drug-related deaths. And people can be diverted to services if they need to be diverted to services. Not everyone does. So this quote is from an individual who had been addicted to, I think it was heroin. He was favourable of decriminalisation as it would have helped him access services earlier. I think if I was offered help, I could have went down a different path. I knew nothing about recovery from addiction. I didn't know there was another avenue to go. Decriminalisation could have been used as an intervention. Another recent study I was involved in with Graham Cambridge and Orla Lynch showed how rehabilitation from addiction often comes before desistance from crime. So if we can help people on that journey early through some kind of diversion scheme, this can be beneficial. And at present, many first find treatment in prison, which we heard about yesterday, and prison causes more trauma. And when you have that further trauma, sometimes you'll cope by consuming more drugs. Okay, I'm not going to talk...
Just 1 minute, please.
Yep, I'm not going to talk about this. This is just... I put it in your slide so we can discuss later. Okay, legalisation. Look, I'm cautious about legalising drugs, and I'm drawing from the research literature here. If you choose that route, commercialisation should be avoided. Much of the evidence from the US cannabis markets and our experience with gambling, tobacco, and alcohol show that we can't really trust the market to regulate harmful drugs. Companies will lobby for lighter regulation, they'll aggressively advertise, they'll normalise the drug, they'll probably diversify their products and focus their attention on the heaviest drug users. We know from studies in the US that consumption will probably increase, but we don't know by how much. Some studies have shown reductions in youth, but that may be due to what Andrew's discussed. We don't know the long-term impact on health. We're probably going to have to wait another decade to see what the long-term impact on health is. State monopolies are an option, okay, to avoid commercialisation, and cannabis social clubs are that middle ground between decriminalisation and legalisation. They're a bit like co-ops where members pay a fee. The co-op cultivates cannabis and then distributes to members. Okay, 10 seconds on the final slide. None of these options are silver bullets. If we legalise, keep the status quo, or decriminalise, or some variation of these, we need to invest more in treatment services, in harm reduction services, in mental health services, in housing. We also need to tackle our underlying culture of excessive consumption that may need to start with the alcohol industry. So I'm not sure that legislative change is the answer, but it's part of the answer.
That's 11 seconds now, I should say.
I actually counted 44, so thanks.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. And James, I think the way you've structured your presentation will be very helpful to the members in looking through the models and the options that are in the scenarios that are in the paper. So thanks for that. We'll make sure that everybody has a copy of your presentation as they work through the workshop. I am just conscious at looking at the agenda, first of all, you're well due a tea break, but we haven't built in the kind of 10 minutes that we allow for deliberation on things. So can I ask you maybe to work with us, grab a cup of tea, cup of coffee, go back to your tables, try to get a few minutes together, and we'll kick straight in at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Please, can we all get you all to sit down at your tables? Thank you. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. We're straight away kicked off live now again for our next session, which is our Q&A, our questions and answers related to the previous panel discussion. I'm conscious you won't have had much time around your table to have a discussion and formulate your questions, but I will just go randomly around a few tables and ask you to pose your question for the panelists. Ideally, just state who on the panel you want to pose the question to, or if it's just a general question, that's okay too. So I'm going to go straight away into tables, if I haven't called already, 12 and then 2. And after that, just for the roaming micers, we'll go to 3 and 13. So 12 and 2, please, and then 12 and 13. Table number 12. Table number 12. Are you ready for a question? And if you're not, it's okay. We can come back. Or you don't. Okay.
No question from table.
No question. That's okay. Table number 2, please. Jesse.
This is for Andrew Percy. I'm just wondering if you believe that the prevention activity should be focused on teenagers and maybe younger people, and educating them on self-regulation and the learning of self-awareness of self-regulation. How would that actually be implemented?
Thank you. Very clear. And I'll come to Andrew in a second. Can I ask table number 3 while we're open?
Yes, it's to ask Brendan Hughes a particular question, and that is in the structures of what we recommend to the government. I know we haven't got to that stage yet, but while you're here, what structures would you recommend for a major body to run drugs policy in Ireland in the future?
Thank you very much. So, okay, I'll go to, and we'll get more questions in shortly. Andrew, first of all, how would this issue of self-regulation work? What might be a practical way of articulating it?
I think there is considerable emerging evidence that school-based programs looking at the reduction of harm around substance use work, particularly when delivered to slightly older teenagers. And I think we've seen effective interventions, particularly in relation to alcohol, but emerging evidence now about effective interventions in relation to drug use, primarily delivered through schools, but where they seem to be most effective is where there's additional parental components, where parents are involved as well, and that there is consistent messaging at homes. One of the key things in a lot of these interventions is ensuring that parents have clear and strict rules about their teenagers' access to substances.
Thank you very much. I hope that's... No, Jess, do you want to come back? Please do. Just 1 second, and we may just have a clarification. Can we just move the mic back yet?
Sorry, Andrew. Just with actually delivering this, how you're teaching teenagers self-regulation and stuff, like, I don't really think that that's a parental thing, because in theory, parents should be teaching that already. So if you're putting that back onto the schools, at what age are you looking at doing that? And is this a specific module, or like, how is this actually effective?
Okay, go ahead, Anna.
Most of these interventions would start with young people aged around 12, and then would continue right through their school years up into adolescence, and where the messages and sophistication of those messages would change as the young people get older, and their likely engagement with substance use would change. Key to this here, I think, is providing young people with realistic scenarios where young people are getting into difficulty and harms as a result of their substance use, and then getting young people to brainstorm better ways to avoid those situations going forward. So one of the the simple example of this here is if young people are out of an evening and see a fight occurring amongst other teenagers, the first thing they want to do is to go in completely the opposite direction and not get drawn into it. And so teaching very basic regulatory skills and giving young people opportunity to think through solutions for those situations can help them avoid the harms that are associated with learning through trial and error.
Okay. Yeah, and again, we will be coming back to prevention education in our next full assembly. Brendan's, the question from table 3 was related to if the assembly were to recommend a single body or oversight structure related to drugs policy, what might be involved in doing that?
What I remember from some of my colleagues' work is that there are different structures in different countries around Europe. Some of them are based in Ministry of Health for countering the health impacts of drugs. Some of them based in Ministry of Interior or Justice because it's considered a law enforcement issue, and we've heard of the definitions of drug crimes and drug-related crimes. And some countries have recognised that this is a cross-sectoral issue, and sometimes it's been elevated as high as the office of the Prime Minister, the office of the President, the office of the Cabinet, etc., with the idea that they are more powerful, they have more authority to instruct the different ministries to work carefully together. I had made the point about the Portuguese system, where it's the only one I know where a drug user will be, let's say, judged by someone not coming from or not underneath Ministry of Health or Ministry of Interior, and but Ministry of Interior or Ministry of Justice. They'll be judged by somebody primarily under Ministry of Health, and that therefore gives an entirely different ethos to the response that's going to be happening towards the drug user. It's not that the primary idea is punishment, it's now that the primary idea is health. Most countries have punishment with some health exceptions. In Portugal, they have health with some punishment exceptions. So the question is, again, why are you doing it? The Portuguese system has been described as coherent and consistent rather than looking a bit schizophrenic, but nevertheless, it's very clear that all different ministries and authorities need to work together.
Okay, can I ask any of the other panellists, Stephen, I know you're nodding head, any comment or anybody?
Just general agreement.
Okay. And it's a consistent theme that I think the members have grappled with for the last while about a whole of government approach to tackling a really complex issue and how best to drive that. Okay, we'll go to panel on other questions, but can I go now to table 13 and table 10 and then be ready for table 1 and 9, please. So table 13, if I can.
Thank you. So a question to Andrew, please. So we mentioned about the young people prevention effort that is involving the ADHD screening for the young ages. Thank you.
ADHD screening for young people?
ADHD screening.
Yeah. And sorry, who did you say you want to pose the question to? Andrew, was it?
To Andrew.
Andrew?
Yeah, in my own research, we know that young people who are more impulsive definitely are at greater risk of engaging in substance use. So it is around, we know that it's a clear risk factor for substance use. I'm not sure if I can sort of comment on widespread screening for ADHD. I think there probably needs to be increased services and increased support for young people who have problems with impulsivity and self-regulation. It's a clear risk factor that's emerged in our research.
Okay.
But I'm nothing really to comment, or no evidence on the effectiveness of the national screening program for ADHD.
Yeah, and thank you, Andrew. And again, we can get information from members specifically related to some questions. Can I go to, I should have taken table 10 as well. Can I go now to table 10, 1 and 9? I'm going to take 3 questions together. Table 10.
Hello, thank you all. Just a question for Andrew. So we were kind of speaking, sorry, very popular. So you were kind of speaking about parents and parental education and how everything does start at home and parents are the first educators. So I suppose we were learning that from the earlier panel that it was children or adolescents are starting to use drugs out of, let's say, more so fun and pleasure, how do we integrate parental education, or how do we support parents to educate their children in a way that isn't just don't do it? Because do parents in Ireland have the skills to educate their parents beyond just don't?
Beyond just don't. That's a lovely one. I love that one. We'll come to that in a second with Andrew. Andrew's popular here today. Table 1, table 9, please.
So it's for Dr. James Windle. So what do you think about the model of the controlled legalization like in Switzerland, which proved to be a success compared with decriminalization?
Okay, very specific question, and we'll come back to that now. On table 9, please.
Yeah, so this one's for Professor O'Malley. You mentioned Section 28 that's in the Misuse of Drugs Act and how there's basically diversion in place there. Slightly baffled at that because yesterday we heard how legislation takes so long to come in. So I'm just wondering, how did that happen, and how can we make sure that it doesn't happen if we bring in legislation and don't have the funding or the thing to back it up with?
Okay, actually, I might just take that one first, Professor O'Malley, and just to I guess restate the issue of clarity on the Section 28, and then the wider point just around bringing in legislation.
Well, with the best of my knowledge, it is in force, but the big question is, are the facilities there in order to permit that kind of diversion to actually take place? For example, there shouldn't be any difficulty about a person entering into what we call a recognizance, that's just a formal commitment, to remain under the probation service supervision. But when it comes to more specific treatment programs, I think there we have been falling down. So, I mean, one of the things that I would like to see happening, and whether it comes out of this assembly or otherwise, is that there would be a general review, a legislative review of Section 28 to see what possibilities does it have as it exists, or is there a case to be made for actually introducing some kind of replacement for it. But either way, having that structure there that allows for people to be diverted away from punishment if they're willing to cooperate and into treatment, I think is a very valuable one, so that we should be doing everything possible to promote it.
Can I just ask Eve, thanks Professor, and please do come back in, Yvonne or Fiona, but Deirdre, sorry, Deirdre or Yvonne, just the wider issue which the members had some frustration yesterday is about the process and the time to get legislation of something that's urgent and important. Do you want to make just any brief comments on your view on that?
I suppose, legislation takes a long time to come in. There's a lot of work behind it in terms of government departments coming up with the appropriate wording and trying to think ahead. You know, if we say it this way, will this have consequences we don't expect, and so on. But I suppose part of what I wanted to say as well is that legislation is one thing, but the backup behind that is an entirely different thing. And Section 28 is a really good example of it. So we maybe have already got something in legislation which allows for diversion, but are the resources behind it to actually allow it to take place? Similarly with the drug court, I think it's been on a pilot basis for about the last 20 years, and it's doing really good work, but we've never put that push behind it to say this is doing really good, let's roll it out across the country in other ways. So even for you, but I think to some extent you as the Assembly don't need to worry too much about these issues. You need to tell society, to tell the rest of us, on, you know, in representing the rest of us, what do you think are, like, what should the policy be? And leave it then to the government of the day to work out the details of how they put that policy into effect. So whether you want it to be legalisation or decriminalisation or totally health-led and take justice out of it, like, those are the types of questions I think that need to be heard, or the answers that need to be heard from you. And but also, I mean, I think you would also need to articulate the need for resources behind any of the policies that you put forward.
Yvonne, thanks for making really good points, which I couldn't have made as strong as you've just made. We've been saying to Assembly members, we need to set the line of flight, and other experts can design the detail. But you're right, the second piece is, and it's come through the other presentations, thinking of the supports, how would that take effect? So thanks for that. Tom or Deirdre, do you want to make any further comments just on the wider aspect of legislation while I cut you short?
Sorry, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I suppose, following from Ivan's point, I think we also have to think about the implementation of legislation and policy as well, because you can put laws in place, you can put policies in place, but if frontline practitioners, if society, the public aren't on board, then there's going to be an issue in terms of actually implementing it on the ground. So that's another thing to maybe consider as well. Is there a kind of a consideration that needs to be made around how we change the hearts and minds, that will actually allow those policies to be implemented as planned.
A really good point. Sorry, Tom?
Well, I was just going to make one general point. It has to do with this question of decriminalisation. Now, I should say I have been involved in discussions about this for the past 30 years or so at different levels, different kinds of committees and so on that have, and even informal discussions about it. And the rock on which many of them have floundered is disagreement or confusion over what decriminalisation actually means. In my view, decriminalisation is about rendering conduct that is now criminal no longer criminal. In other words, quite legal. I suppose one of the reasons that we have a bit of confusion over it, it happens so seldom. Most people here, apart from myself probably, cannot recall the time when it was a crime to have a radio without a licence. If I'm not mistaken, we abolished the requirement to have a radio licence in 1972. I suppose the most obvious one is in 1993, when what we call homosexual acts between adult males, provided they were of a certain age and consenting, were decriminalised. So in other words, that meant that conduct that up until that point was criminal was no longer criminal. And likewise, in 2017, we changed the law on prostitution so that some kind of activities became criminal and others became no longer criminal. Now, if you take that approach to decriminalisation, if you mean that decriminalisation means that the conduct itself is no longer criminal, well, then there can be no question of invoking the criminal justice system. You clearly cannot start arresting people, charging people, trying people, punishing people, if the conduct in question isn't a criminal offence to begin with. So I'm not suggesting that that's the route to go. It's entirely up to you to decide. But I think it's very important to be clear and to be as united as possible in what your own concept of decriminalisation is. Some people say, well, decriminalisation means you can no longer impose imprisonment. No, it doesn't mean that, because that's just about sentencing. If that were the case, I mean, the conduct itself is still criminal. It's not being decriminalised, it's just that the way that we respond to it is different. So I think the all-important consideration is to be clear and, as I say, to reach consensus as to what you mean by decriminalisation.
Thank you, Tom. Very clear. Can I just ask you, Professor O'Malley, while I have you just here, the issue of the difference between the Irish legal system and the Portuguese legal system in terms of how they went about it, and can you explain to us, as simply as we can understand it, the difference between our two legal systems, legal frameworks?
Between the two legal systems?
Portugal and...
Yeah. Well, I can only take a guess. In this respect, I'm not familiar with the Portuguese legal system.
But it's just the process to try and introduce legislation here, which will be similar to Portugal.
Yeah. Well, there is one difference that exists between what we call a common law legal system, and European countries would be, for the most part, civil law systems. Sometimes European countries' civil law systems have what they call a civil offence. In other words, we have a pretty clear divide between criminal matters, which are dealt with by the criminal courts, by the police and the DPP and so on, and then civil matters, which are purely private disputes. Now, again, there's a little bit of overlap between them nowadays, and I think it was Yvonne who mentioned some of them in commercial areas where you can have regulatory penalties and so on. But in some continental European countries, they do have this notion of a civil sanction which can be imposed for minor offences. I don't think we have that here. So one of the things you have to remember here is that something is either in the criminal justice system or it's not. In other words, if something is criminal, it's dealt with by the criminal process, by the police, the DPP and the courts and the prisons and so on. But if it's not, it simply isn't a criminal matter at all.
And that's really helpful, and I think it's something we might come back to again, because it's something that's been hanging in the air, the civil versus criminal. Okay, table one, which was for James, the regulatory system in Switzerland.
So, the
comparison between Switzerland.
Yeah. So I suppose when I was preparing for the assembly, like a good academic, I went back to the literature and I read a lot of the academic literature. And I think I saw a paper on Switzerland and thought, Chanel was going to ask me about Switzerland. So I can't really argue that. I can't really answer that.
They have the 4 pillars of control and
Yeah.
legalization.
I don't know enough about Switzerland to come into it, and I don't know enough about Switzerland as a country. And, you know, in some ways we have the legislative framework, we have legalisation, but how it works will also depend on the culture of the country, will also depend on the structures in the country, the political structure, the social structures. So I don't know enough about Switzerland to be able to talk about Switzerland. I don't know enough about their policy to talk about Switzerland. I can find academic studies and see if they're useful. Look, I suppose, you know, the only thing I would say is much of the academic literature just talks about the dangers very much of commercialisation.
Okay.
So I'd be interested to find more about Switzerland. I might come and have a chat with you afterwards. Yeah.
I'm just going to bring Brendan in, who may be able to give some insight also. Brendan, Switzerland.
Yeah, I'm interested in your understanding of legalisation in Switzerland. What do you know? Can you describe it? Because it might mean different things. Can you tell me? And then maybe I can tell you a bit about it.
It's a control legalization. You have 4 pillars of control legalization, and they are legalized since 1997. If you can.
I don't think anybody's legalised anything in Switzerland since 1997.
It's called the control legalization. The 4 pillars. 4 pillars of drugs. Yeah.
No. There is no regulated supply of drugs for recreational use, except for the recent changes where they're now allowing pilot studies in different cities for cannabis use of up to 5,000 cannabis users. You might possibly be considering the prescription of heroin to heavy drug users. That might be what somebody has described as controlled legalisation.
I did a bit of research and I already checked and seemingly.
When I discuss this with my Swiss colleagues, nobody has told me anything about controlled legalisation as I understand
Maybe Google is wrong.
I've heard it happens.
Very good. Okay, sorry, back to table number 10, and Andrew, and how do you get beyond the parents just saying, don't do that? That's bold.
Well, I have to caveat my answers here because I think most of my work that I've undertaken in terms of engaging parents in prevention activity has been in relation to underage drinking and alcohol consumption. But I would assume that what we would, you know, that would be the logical starting point of engaging parents in prevention activities around substance use more broadly. And so I would make 2 points in this here. One of the first things is that we know that parents who have strict rules regarding access to alcohol consumption have teenagers that use lower levels of alcohol and engage in problematic alcohol or binge drinking less frequently than parents who are more lax in their rule setting. So one of the things we would encourage is parents to engage in strict rule settings, but without harsh or inconsistent punishment associated with that. And it's wherever parents set these rules, teenagers will push against them. So we encourage parents to set quite strict rules. The other thing that we would encourage parents to do is to maintain very good communication with their teenagers, to the point where we know that the teenagers who engage in more frequent self-disclosure with their parents, who are prepared to talk about the issues and challenges and problems that they face, tend to engage in risky behaviours less frequently than teenagers that keep lots of secrets from their parents. So this is not to do with parental monitoring or parents trying to keep an eye on their kids. It's just maintaining good, open communications where if young people are getting into any difficulties or problems, that they feel free to be able to come and speak to their parents. So it's that twin sort of rule setting while keeping open communication. We also know that rule setting is very good at reducing sensation seeking and impulsivity behaviours in relation to alcohol use and drug use. But we also know that those kids with the highest levels of self-reported impulsivity and sensation seeking tend to be the kids that receive the less strict rules and boundaries. So it's the kids that would benefit from it most and the kids that would need it the most tend to be the kids that have the least or the more lenient rules set by their parents. So that's one of the sort of the focal points that we would encourage in relation to parent engagement with prevention activity.
And thanks, Andrew. And again, just to restate, we will be coming back to prevention and education at our full assembly next time. Can I call on table 8 and 5? And I think at that stage I'll have called on all tables this morning. If I haven't, please let us know. Table 9, I haven't? No? No? Table 8, 5 and 9. We'll take the three of them together, please.
No question from table 8.
Oh, there you go. Table 5 is it? Yeah, great stuff.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for a very interesting discussion this morning. One thing I wonder about is, somebody asked what's the why, and one of the questions I have is what's broken, because when you look at reducing harm, supporting recovery, the current policy and programme, it seems to be very well developed, very appropriate, and covers an awful lot of the themes that we've covered in the Assembly. What's wrong when it comes to implementation? What's broken there? What needs to change to make implementation work? Because otherwise, I think that there's a fear among a lot of us that if we contribute to another policy, it'll just end up going the same way. So I just welcome your views on what needs to be recommended there to make things happen.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. And table 9? No? Okay. After giving out to me, I'm not calling you, it's no cancer. Just put me in my place. Table 2? Sorry? Okay, table 2.
Good on you. Just in relation to Professor O'Malley, he specifically said that decriminalisation meant it became illegal. The document here is telling us this remains illegal. Can we get clarity on that?
Good point. Very well. Okay, so the first question, if I can take, is the issue around implementation and how do we strengthen implementation of policy that already exists or legislation that already exists rather than leading to new legislation, something that maybe we're not great as cross-government at doing. So I'm going to leave it open to panel. Anybody want to come in first just in terms of strengthening your capacity and implementation? Tom, you look like you're ready to go out the traps now. No? Tom, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I think that just proves my point, that there can be so much confusion over what it means. I was just giving you what my interpretation of it is, going on the basis of the way that we have decriminalised other conduct in the past. But, as I say, when it comes to drugs, a whole lot of different, for some reason or other, a whole lot of different conceptions of decriminalisation tends to emerge, and what's in the paper is one of them. All I'm saying is I'm totally agnostic as to what you recommend, but I'm just afraid that people may sometimes be acting at cross purposes, because when some people talk about decriminalisation, they may be talking about what I have just described. In other cases, they may be talking about, as I say, keeping the conduct criminal but having lesser penalties or something like that. It's just a question of being united as to what exactly you want, or to have clear consensus as to what exactly you mean by decriminalisation.
And sorry, I know we're focusing on the point of clarification here, which is good. Brendan, do you want to come in there? Just listen.
I've tried to define that word across 30 different legal systems for 10 years. I gave up.
Yeah.
I've written what you have in the document, but different countries do it in different ways according to their different legal systems, which I think is the point that Tom is also making. And as he said, many of the continental countries have a system of administrative offences. I was just talking with Yvonne here. If you remember briefly in her presentation, she mentioned environmental crimes, regulatory crimes. Our video describes it as parking offences. You do have ways of defining offences and giving penalties without them being criminal. The point is you need to find a way that works in Ireland under the Irish legal system. And I'm not sure that you do need to find that. If you give this definition that you would like to go that way, then it will be up to the legislators. People say, oh, but we don't want to give a criminal record. Well, sometimes countries have changed the law. I think it was Malta changed the law and said, please note the fact that we are completely changing our law on cannabis absolutely does not mean it's decriminalised. Greece said you can have up to 3 months in prison for the offence, but that will not be written on your criminal record. Bizarre, but that's what they passed. You have laws, you have regulations, you have constitution. All of them can be changed. Design what you want. Do you want the person to have a record or not? Do you want the police to have powers or not? Do you want extra penalties for recidivism or not? My plea is, don't get hung up on this word, which means so many different things to so many different people. I come back to my original presentation. Why? Why are you doing this? What are the harms you are trying to reduce? If you are trying to reduce the harms with the contact from the criminal justice system, which is what we've heard, then you will need to design or request a system which reduces those harms, perhaps by not giving a criminal record. If you would like to do something which still has an element of penalties, you have some systems in Ireland of giving penalties without giving a criminal record. Let's say, please, can we have one of those for drugs? Not up to you to design it perfectly, up to the legislature. I would say, stay away from the word, because it means so many different things to so many different people, and think what you want. Why are you here, and what direction you want to go in.
It's really good. You're not allowed to clap yourself, but that's not allowed. I am in a moment just going to pass the call as well, and John Gary, just to put John on notice, who is working with us on the deliberative process and how we get the balloting, to maybe make some comment on that about what level of detail we need to be getting into, not getting into, setting a line of flight. I'll come back to you, John, in just a couple of minutes. Yvonne, can I just ask you?
I was going to go to the other question.
Yeah, I'll come back to that. I'm conscious we didn't go, and I will come back to that. So maybe, Paul, do you want to make a comment, and then James wants to go.
Well, first of all, thank you to all the legal panel who have been extremely helpful to us in framing that discussion paper that we circulated. I think the point Brendan just made has really summed up, and the point that Tom has made, is the confusion and the different interpretations that come when somebody speaks about legalisation. So, for example, the interaction from table 1 with the table here on different concepts of what we mean or don't mean by legalisation, and similarly decriminalisation. The terminology can be defined so many different ways, it's really impossible to have a discussion about what a Citizens' Assembly might want to recommend when you're discussing it in the terms of decriminalising or legalising. So the point that Brendan made couldn't have been better timed and argued, which is focus on the questions and, as Paul has said, the directions of travel that you want this country, that you want to recommend this country go in. So it's questions around objectives, and that's the working document tries to tease this out. What we will do after the facilitated workshop that you're just about to engage in is take away your worksheets, which we're asking you to fill in with your own thoughts and reflections. It'll be anonymised, so everybody has personal time at the end of this process to fill in your own thoughts and feelings. The Secretariat will take that away. It will give us a better sense about how we're going to get to the next stage of the process, which is formulating draft ballot questions, trying to clarify what are the choices that you can identify based on everything you've heard this weekend and everything you've heard since the beginning of the Assembly. What are the kind of clear-cut choices and decisions around different objectives that you have? We'll take that away, and I know John Gary has been very helpful to work with us in trying to see how we get from here to the ballot questions.
Okay, and on that note, can I bring in John? I'm not sure. Can I bring in John? Maybe you can stand up, John. And John is working with us on the whole process of getting to ballot, if you like.
Thanks very much, Paul and Cathal. I suppose I'm on the advisory support group and on a ticket of I'm from Queen's and study deliberative democracy. And so, as Cathal has just said, the main point of the document that's being circulated and the discussion that you're about to have is to try to reduce the mad complexity of this kind of wicked and complicated problem by setting out 5 broad approaches to it, one of which is the status quo, what we currently have, and the other 4 are possible alternatives to the status quo, possible ways of change, and these possible ways vary in terms of a little bit of change, a lot of change, quite a big amount of change. And as has been mentioned a couple of times, I think the thing to keep in mind is not to get hugely bogged down in the details or hugely bogged down in terms of the definitions of individual words, but to reflect upon what the differences are between these small number of distinct models and think what's the broad direction of travel about them, what are the good things about each model, what are the bad things about each model, and to head towards a situation where you have a clearer idea about the pros and cons. And what's the little exercises you have to do at the end are an attempt to get you to kind of begin the process of crystallizing or summarizing your views on each of these possible ways forward. And the questions take a couple of forms. They're closed-ended questions in a little questionnaire where you're asked to indicate what's good or bad, what's effective or ineffective about each model. But also importantly, there's open-ended questions where you're simply invited to write down in a couple of sentences, what do you think of this way of going on? What's good about it? What's bad about it? And the point of these exercises today is not to come up with a definitive answer or to say that these different set of models are the end game, the definitive only options in town, but to begin the process of trying to make summary sense of great complexity and get your thoughts on 5 different things.
Thank you, John, and that's very timely. Thank you, John, that's very timely. I'm really conscious, and I'm under warnings not to eat into your important time at the tables now. We're just moved 1 minute into it. But before I do, and I'm conscious of the last question that was asked from table 5, but Yvonne, do you want to make one quick comment to that? What I will say, in case I forget, all of the panellists will be here with us during your workshop at their table, so they can come over to a table in particular, obviously difficult for Andrew, but they can come over to a table, not an open session, but if you want any further advice or input. So, Yvonne, just
I just have 2 quick things to say. The first, in relation to the implementation and so on, I think part of the problem has been that we as a country haven't specifically decided whether we want this to be a health-led approach or a criminal justice-led approach. We've kind of let it all fall between the ways. We started with a criminal justice approach and then we said, oh, diversion might be good. So there's kind of pockets of really good things happening all around the place. But there's some momentum now by the existence of the Assembly to say, let's get clear on this and have one clear strategy that everyone is rowing in behind. And I do think there's the need for then a body at the top who is responsible for rolling all of this out, which is not necessarily a justice or health or whatever, just one body that's dealing with drugs. Because someone mentioned earlier, there's lots of really good community groups and so on, but if they were all tied up together a little bit more and great things that are happening were properly resourced and funded across the country, that we could replicate what's happening well in places. But that sort of strategic narrative lead is necessary, and I think that your work can be a part of that. Just while I have the floor, I just want to make one point about the justice-led experience, and particularly in relation to stop and search. There was a couple of comments yesterday in relation to the Garda powers around stop and search, and that almost suggesting that the guards would be lost without the stop and search powers they have to check if somebody, where they have reasonable suspicion that somebody is in possession. And obviously, if you were to remove possession of cannabis, let's say, as an offence, they wouldn't then have the power to stop and search you for something which wasn't illegal if you were to go down that route. But I just wanted to mention the Gardaí do have other stop and search powers if they believe that someone, for example, is carrying an offensive weapon or is in possession of stolen property or something like that. They have the grounds to stop and search somebody on the spot for that. And if the Gardaí at some point want to make an argument that they need additional stop and search powers, that's sort of a separate issue to whether the stop and search powers that they currently have need to be kept in place. And so I just want to make that point in the sense that that's a low down issue that you might be worried about, whereas it's the higher level issues that I think we need your strategic leadership on this for the country to row in behind it then. Thanks.
Okay. Yvonne, thank you very much, and they were really 2 important points at the end. And can I just say thank our panel. Thanks to our panel overall, and I think it was a really good grounding, and that, along with the paper which you have had circulated, I think now facilitates with your facilitators at the table. And this is probably the longest quality time we've given you all together, but it's really needed. I'd ask you and urge you to work at your tables. I know we all need little breaks, but please work at your tables. It's an important piece, and as I said yesterday, we're not looking for consensus. We're not looking for a unified position at a table. We're looking for diverse views. We're looking for debate. We're looking for discussion. And we'll start moving towards later, as John said, a process to start collate and ultimately ballot. So let's keep the diverse views. Let's keep the discussion. and best of luck in the next session. Over to your facilitators. Thank you. On live session. So I hope that was useful for you just to take stock, I guess, of the last couple of days, and apart from the table discussion, to have a chance to put down just some of your own personal reflective thoughts. Can I just close out on a few very brief messages before passing across to Cathal, and just some closing exercises again we always ask you to do. I've just three broad reflections over the last couple of days in this Citizens Assembly meeting that we've had, our fourth one, and I think it was and always was going to be quite a challenge, and probably one of the more complex Assembly meetings that we will have of our 6 Assembly meetings, because we were tackling 2 complex issues, which is the criminal justice issues and the legislative basis and the legislation itself. But 3 broad reflections that I would just take from the last couple of days. And the first one is pretty much, which has always come true on many of the Assembly meetings so far, there is some very good innovation happening and some good change going on within the current policy, within the current strategy and within the current services. And I think yesterday we heard a few good examples, but I kind of want a couple to bring out where the prison service, I think we heard some good innovation, how they're working with people, lived experiences, helping give services within the prison system. But they did highlight some of the challenges as people exit as well. And secondly, the drugs court, Judge Anne Ryan and the other contributors who contributed in relation to the potential benefits of a drugs court, which again, the challenges, as Judge Ryan had said, it is 20 years in a pilot, so there's something about. So I think for all of those innovations that we saw, there is a real opportunity to scale up, ramp up and roll out further that will have benefits and have proven benefits. So that's the first point I'd second. Second point I would just reflect back from yourselves. We certainly picked up, and I certainly picked up, and you've reflected back to me, a level of frustration at different stages throughout yesterday. And that's okay too, but you know, there was a level of frustration expressed, I guess, on a couple of fronts. The first one was, and I think Table 8 yesterday probably kind of captured it well when, you know, they posed the question, if everything's okay, what are we doing here? And there might have been perception or a feeling created, sure, it's okay, and, you know, we'll stick with what we have. And I don't think that's the view of the Assembly members at this point, and I'm not trying to judge where we go, but I think everybody would agree something has to change, something has to be made better. We have been asked to reduce harm, so what do we do to reduce harm? So that's just a level of frustration I think came through there, and that's understandable again. The second one was, second level of frustration that came through was, if our current policy and strategy is to be a health-led approach, which is defined as being that, well then a real level of expression, if there was something to be put in place that was designed in 2017, agreed by government in 2019 for amended legislation to take place, it has gone nowhere. And we didn't get any sense of how it progresses from nowhere to somewhere. So that was a real level of frustration that you've expressed to me throughout yesterday and indeed yesterday evening. And I would say this is a really important issue because we've heard over the last while the harm that is caused by drugs. We've heard the lived experiences, the harm caused by many people and some people. We've also heard, as reflected today again, some people have a view, a very strong view, that harm may not be caused for some people. But we have heard the real harm that's caused to individuals, families and communities. And it's one thing if drugs themselves cause harm, but if the policy itself is causing harm, or the lack of change to an agreed policy and delaying in it is causing harm, that's inexcusable. So I would make the real call, strong call once again, to ministers, to government, to legislators, really get our act together, progress that legislation as a matter of priority. That should be our absolute baseline on what we build our recommendations on. So we're starting from my view on a baseline -1. That's not even there. So we need that legislation progressed, and we can build on that from whatever recommendations come through. So an immediate and urgent priority. And final thing I will say in reflection is I think what happened in today's session was we got a bit of clarity that this is complex, if that makes sense, because, you know, it did land in the room, I think, the complexity of the legislation, what way our legislation is based, what it's based on, what's criminal, what's civil, the differentials between all that. So that kind of landed, I think, reasonably well for all of us. But I think, and I hope, what equally landed for us all is we don't have to work through that level of complexity. We have to set out where we want to get to, why we want to get there, what needs to be put in place, what line of flight do we need to get onto to get that put in place. and think about any potential unintended consequences that might arise from that, and also think about what's needed to put in place in implementation of such a recommendation. So that's the kind of level I think that came, and a light bulb moment, I hope, for all of us that we need to keep ourselves focused on. So they're my 3 broad reflections. I hope they do reflect many of yours, and so there's others. In closing, I just want to do a few quick thank yous, and I'll take them just collectively together, and please, you can show your appreciation as a collective. But once again, to the Secretariat, all of the team who put this work together, design it, they are already working on and have done a lot of work on our next Assembly meeting. So there's a lot of work goes into this, the design of it. And I do want to commend Cathal and the team. You know, the design of this one, which is a complex issue, I think we got a lot of contrasting views and presentations through, and diverse views to help you frame your mind. The second, I'd like to thank the hotel again, Matt and his team. Tremendous operation, smooth running, helps us run it really smooth, and great quality food, etc. So thanks to Matt and his team. Our own Q4 communications team who work in the background here, but help ensure we get this debate and dialogue out in the public domain as well, in parallel to what's happening in here. Our facilitators, again, who work really hard around the table with you all, and I want to thank all our facilitators. Really want to thank our presenters over the last couple of days who put a lot of work in and time. And, you know, I know you all members give your time and your weekend up, but they too have given their time and the weekend up. And what always strikes me with presenters is how committed they are to the issue that they're here to talk to us on, how committed they want to see change happen. And I want to thank all of our presenters for that. Last couple of things, I just want to, Jerry and Sound and Pi Communications, as always, has been seamless. And Anthony, Nessa and Maeve, who are the HSE, working with us on psychological supports over the weekend. Again, seamlessly in the background, there for people when they need to avail of it. And thanks to them for giving their time to us. Finally, a really sincere thanks to yourselves. You have put in a tremendous shift once again the weekend. I'm always going home from here inspired by what I see in front of me. You know by the body language, you know by the dialogue, you know by the buzz that's going on the tables, you know by the great camaraderie that's developing, you know, outside of the formal process, and that's part of it too. But particularly the effort and the work and the throughput that you go through coming up to these Assembly meetings, in the time coming up to the Assembly meetings, travelling to the Assembly meetings, but in particular the work over a weekend and giving your time to us. I really appreciate it, and well done to everybody. Thank you very much. So that concludes the live stream, and I'm going to pass across to Cathal to just do some closing logistics.
Thanks, Paul.